Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Your Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is with pleasure that I declare the 149th session of the Executive Board open. In the context of the restrictions imposed in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, the Executive Board has approved the arrangements for a virtual session of the Executive Board to be held using video conferencing technology. Before we turn to the first item on election of chair, vice chairs and rapporteur, we shall take up the draft decision contained in document EB 149/12 concerning the special procedures to regulate the conduct of this virtual session of the Executive Board. As you recall, the special procedures before us today have been the subject of extensive informal consultations involving all member states and have been circulated in advance. I have heard no objection but wish to formally ask, is the board ready to adopt the draft decision contained in document EB 149/12? I see no objection. The decision is therefore adopted. We shall now proceed to the first item on election of chair, vice chairs and rapporteur. Rule 13 of the Rules of Procedure of the Board applies and reads as follows. The Board shall elect its officers, a chair, 4 vice chairs and 1 rapporteur from among its members each year at its first session after the Health Assembly, following a principle of rotation among geographical regions. These officers shall hold office until their successors are elected. The chair shall not become eligible for re-election until 2 years have elapsed since he or she ceased to hold office. In this regard, following the principle of rotation among geographical WHO regions, which the Executive Board has followed for many years, the chair of the Executive Board should be chosen from among delegates of members of the African region. Dr. Patrick Amott, Acting Director General for Health, Ministry of Health of Kenya, has been nominated for the office of Chair of the Executive Board. May I take it that the Board is in agreement with this nomination? I see no objection. It is so decided. Dr. Patrick Amott is therefore elected as chair of the board. I am pleased to offer my congratulations on this election. It has been both an honor and an enriching experience for me to serve as chair of the Executive Board over the last year. Distinguished members of the WHO Executive Board, Director General of WHO, Excellencies, representatives of member nations, all regional directors of WHO, heads and representatives of UN agencies and partner organizations, entire WHO staff and the Secretariat. And I would also like to include all the distinguished and honorable men and women, COVID warriors across the world, who have given away their lives so that we all may survive. Friends, these are moments of mixed emotions for me. On the one hand, I feel happy and privileged to have served this prestigious organization. On the other hand, my heart feels heavy as I exit amidst a lot of work that remains to be done, and as the planet continues to reel under the pandemic crisis and economic turbulence. In May 2020, I was entrusted with the responsibility to be the chair of the executive board. It was indeed an honor for me to lead the apex governing body of the World Health Organization during the 147th and 148th sessions of the executive board, as well as its special session on the COVID-19 response. It was a privilege to represent the board at the recently held 74th World Health Assembly, which concluded day before yesterday, and which I am certain will help strengthen the COVID-19 response and accelerate progress towards the triple billion targets and sustainable development goals. I commend the World Health Organization for its steadfast support to all member states throughout the pandemic, fully committed to the value of equity and the simple truth that no one is safe until all are safe. The Access to COVID-19 Tools Accelerator is the fastest, most coordinated and successful global collaboration in history to accelerate the development, production and equitable access to COVID-19 tests, treatments and vaccines. The COVAX facility has provided a much needed mechanism to secure equitable access to COVID-19 vaccines, a true embodiment of our principle to not leave anyone behind. I am inspired that the World Health Assembly vigorously supported equitable global access to COVID-19 medicines and vaccines. Global solidarity and cooperation are fundamental to all areas of the pandemic response and must continue to be strengthened. Excellencies, the time to act is now. This is a time when we all understand that there are going to be many urgent health challenges in the next 2 decades. All these challenges demand a shared response because these are shared threats requiring shared responsibility to act. And of course, this is also the core philosophy of WHO. I have been saying this time and again that the biggest need of the hour is a greater degree of shared idealism of nations. In such a dire global crisis, both risk management and mitigation require further strengthening of global partnerships to rekindle interest and investment in global public health. One most important task is to drive higher commitments in respect of diseases that have plagued humankind for centuries. We need to conquer the adversaries with collaborations and by supplementing each other by pooling our resources. Although WHO is already providing thought leadership to the entire world in the sphere of public health, there is always a scope as well as the need to catalyze further change. We have to be more aggressive in engaging in partnerships where joint action is needed, shaping the research agenda and stimulating the dissemination of valuable knowledge. At a critical time like the present pandemic, there is no scope for industry to stick to intellectual property rights, sometimes we find that there is little willingness for collaborative research. Affordability too is a key driving factor to achieve our aim of health for all. WHO, along with others such as the World Trade Organization, must find ways to ensure affordable access to such key drugs in critical times. We believe in the principle that the enjoyment of the highest attainable standard of health is one of the fundamental rights of every human being, without distinction of race, religion, political belief, economic or social condition. In the present context of the pandemic, the biggest challenge before us is the equitable distribution of vaccines. I believe that we at WHO must all rise to the occasion to save the powerless and the voiceless, to see hope in these darkest of hours. This is one chance, one moment to forge open collaborations and reaffirm that fundamental truth, that the word is one. I draw from the Indian philosophy of Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, the word is one family. We must therefore commit to work with the member states, the organization, and the global community of partners for the efficient, effective, and responsive discharge of our public health obligations. It is that fundamental belief which will be our guiding principle. For us, vaccines for health must go to the affluent as well as those without wealth. Many of you have commented that my tenure as chairman of the executive board has gone past very fast. And yes, it has. It has been a very rewarding experience for me. It has been a very affirming experience for me. And I am looking forward to handing the baton to my successor. I feel honored that you all placed your trust in me and that I have been chairman of the executive board during one of the most turbulent years in the history of mankind. And yet also, this is the year where our scientists worked relentlessly. They moved at record pace to give us the life-saving COVID-19 vaccine. My friends, this has also been the year of science. This year holds great importance for grounding decisions that took place in the fields of science, evidence, and data. It had all come like a bolt from the blue. Little did any of us realize at the time how dramatically we would be put to the test. But match the moment we have done. Healthcare workers across the world are working long hours in hospitals, sleeping in their basements or hotels so they do not infect family members. Scientists are working overtime to develop new vaccines and treatments. You are all countering the endless false narratives circulating across media channels. And doctors are reopening medical practice so we can meet the postponed health needs of our patients. In the middle of all this, lakhs of healthcare and frontline workers have been lost forever. Forever. But I do have hope. However, that hope is up to us. It is up to us at the WHO, an organization that the world reveres, to demonstrate how to understand more, to be the voice our members can trust in this time of trial and tribulation, and to lead on action to move us forward in this difficult, perilous time. To all of us I would also like to say congratulations for passing this test. Your resilience and determination to serve the society continued to thrive during this toughest period. I want to thank you for your hard work and the sacrifices you all made to drive the decisions we did. I once again thank you for reposing your faith and trust in me as the chair of the WHO Executive Board. I sincerely appreciate the support of all vice chairpersons, the Director General Dr. Tedros, all regional directors, especially the Southeast Asia Region Director Dr. Poonam Khetarpal Singh, in the successful conduct of the Executive Board sessions. I also want to thank all board members, including the outgoing members, for their support and guidance and for enabling all that we have achieved. Thank you and namaste. Pramod, I understand that the Director General would like to say a few words. Dr. Tedros, you can have the floor now.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Your Excellency Harsh Vardhan, Minister of Health and Family Welfare of India and outgoing Chair of the Executive Board. First of all, I would like to thank Your Excellency for your leadership over the past year in what has been a pivotal period of time for global health, as well as for your own country, India. I very much appreciate not only your leadership of the Executive Board, but also your personal participation in many member state briefings that we host on a weekly basis. It's therefore my great honor to present you with a gavel as a mark of our respect and appreciation. I believe the gavel has been sent to you in India. It's also my great pleasure to announce that Dr. Harsh Vardhan is the recipient of a special recognition award for World No Tobacco Day. Dr. Harsh Vardhan has been a tobacco control champion for many years. In 2019, he was instrumental in developing a policy to ban e-cigarettes and heated tobacco products in India to protect current and future generations of young people. Given the very high consumption of oral and chewing tobacco in India, Dr. Harsh Vardhan has also taken steps to ban spitting in public to curb the spread of COVID-19. He has highlighted the importance of cessation programs, such as the National Tobacco Quit Line, to assist tobacco users to quit. This has boosted our World No Tobacco Day campaign called Commit to Quit, which we celebrated on Monday. So, Your Excellency, thank you once again for your stewardship of the board, for your leadership over the past year. And I think I speak for all of us when I say that we wish you, your government, and the people of India the very best in this difficult period. We stand with you in solidarity, and WHO will continue to support you in every way we can to suppress transmission, save lives, and to build a healthier, safer, fairer future together. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, and back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Harsh Vardhan, the Minister for Health of India, members of the Executive Board, Dr. Tedros Ghebreyesus, Director General of the World Health Organization, delegations of member states not represented on the Executive Board, the WHO Secretariat staff, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I wish to thank you most sincerely for attending this 149th session of the WHO Executive Board, which is being convened just after the conclusion of a lengthy yet historic session of the Health Assembly, which saw more than 30 resolutions and decisions adopted in different areas of public health. On behalf of the government of the Republic of Kenya, I wish to convey our deep appreciation and gratitude to the entire WHO membership for the faith and trust they have demonstrated in electing Kenya to serve as chairperson of the Executive Board. I also take this opportunity to especially thank the member states of the African region for nominating Kenya to serve in this capacity. This is not an honor that the Republic of Kenya takes lightly, and I commit on behalf of the government of Kenya to undertake the duties and responsibilities entrusted to this office with utmost commitment and humility. The opportunity to serve humanity in this way is also a deeply personal privilege, which I will cherish for many years to come. As I assume this role, I wish to congratulate the outgoing chair of the board, Dr. Vardhan, for his unparalleled leadership and steadfast dedication, which we can all attest to. Dr. Vardhan, please accept the appreciation of the board and the best wishes for success and good health in your future endeavors. Ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic strained health systems, which in turn has triggered a deep economic as well as a social crisis. The COVID-19 pandemic has also tested the limits of multilateralism, laying bare its weaknesses, and WHO has not been left behind. As the governance organ mandated to provide guidance and leadership to the membership and the Secretariat, the Executive Board has a huge task ahead to repair the fault lines that have emerged as we have battled the greatest health challenge humanity has ever faced in the past century. During my term, I hope that we can purpose as member states to spare no effort in striving to bring an end to the ongoing pandemic and secure a healthier and sustainable future. We must endeavor to utilize all the available tools at our disposal and remain steadfast in our fidelity to the basic founding principles of our great organization towards attainment by all peoples of the highest possible level of health. I will therefore be relying on your collective support, wisdom, patience, and expertise as we seek to strengthen WHO and make it better able to deliver on the aspirations for which it was established. In conclusion, I wish to thank the Director General and his team, as well as the Regional Director for the WHO Afro region for their support in preparing me for this role today. I thank you. We will now continue our consideration of item 1, election of chair, vice chairs, and rapporteur, following the principle of rotation, 4 vice chairs shall be elected from the following regions: the region of the Americas, the Eastern Mediterranean region, the European region, the Southeast Asia region, and the Western Pacific region. I understand that further to consultation in the respective regions, nominations for vice chairs of the executive board have been made as follows: Mrs. Carla Moretti of Argentina, Dr. Wahid Majru of Afghanistan, Dr. Clemens Martin of Austria, Mr. King Ganglip of the Republic of Korea. Are these nominations acceptable? Since there is no other nominations, I declare them elected as vice chairs of the executive board, and I congratulate them on their election. According to paragraph 2 of Rule 17 of the Rules of Procedure, provides that if the chair is unable to act in between sessions, one of the vice chairs shall act in his place. The order in which the vice chair shall be requested to serve shall be determined by lot at the session at which the election takes place. According to the lot, and in case of my being unable to act in between sessions, the vice chairs shall act in the following order: First Vice Chair, Dr. Wahid Majru of Afghanistan. Second Vice Chair, Mr. Kim Ganglip of Republic of Korea. Third Vice Chair, Mrs. Carla Moretti of Argentina. Fourth Vice Chair, Dr. Clemens Martin of Austria. Election of the rapporteur according to Rule 13 of the Rules of Procedure, which we will now elect one rapporteur, and following the principle of rotation among geographical WHO regions, that nomination shall be from the Western Pacific region. I understand that Mr. Zahid Malik of Bangladesh has been nominated as rapporteur. Is this nomination acceptable? As there is only one nomination, I declare Mr. Zahid Malik elected as rapporteur. Congratulations. Let's now turn to agenda item number 2 and adapt our agenda. The relevant documents are provisional agenda contained in document EB 149/1 and provisional agenda contained in document EB 149/1. I would like to propose the deletion of the following agenda items. As I understand, they are not needed. Under item 5.4, the first bullet point on proposals for WHO to host formal partnerships. Item 5.7, amendments to the financial regulations and financial rules. And item 6.2, amendments to staff regulations and staff rules. May I take it that this proposal is acceptable? I see no objection. It is so decided. Are there any comments on the provisional agenda contained in document EB 149/1 and the provisional annotated agenda contained in document EB 149/1 annotated? Do I take it that the board agrees with the provisional agenda as amended? Sorry, do I take it that the board agrees with the provisional agenda? I see no objection. It is so decided. The agenda is therefore adopted. As you know, we have 14 agenda items. I'm made to understand that Austria would like to have the floor. Austria, please.
Thank for the coming year on your very important task. I have the honor to speak on behalf of the European Union. Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, I can hear you.
And on a global level. As in the exchange of 2000 between the WHO and the European Commission concerning the consolidation and intensification of cooperation, and without prejudice to any future conclusion of a general agreement between the WHO and the European Union, the European Union delegation attends the meetings of the Executive Board as observer. As in previous sessions, we ask the Board to kindly agree that the European Union delegation be also invited to attend and participate without vote in the deliberations of the meetings of subcommittees, drafting groups or other subdivisions thereof, addressing matters falling within Union competence in the 149th session of the Executive Board. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Austria. As you know, we have 14 agenda items and side items to consider today. It is important that we hold the meetings in a constructive manner. I would like to inform you that individual statements by members of the board will be limited to 3 minutes. Individual statements by all member states not represented on the board and associate members will be limited to 2 minutes. Statements by observers, invited representatives of United Nations, and other participating intergovernmental organizations and non-state actors in official relations with WHO will be limited to 1 minute. Regional and group statements will be limited to 4 minutes. when we move to the agenda items considered last week by the PBAC, I propose to build on the good work of that committee by focusing our discussion on the PBAC report and its recommendations rather than having another full discussion of each of the documents. May I take it that these proposals are acceptable? I see no objection, is so decided. Now, with regard to the order of agenda items during our discussions, I propose that items 5.3, evaluation, annual report, 5.4, hosted partnerships, and 5.6, membership of the Independent Expert Oversight Advisory Committee that were considered by the PBAC be grouped and taken up after item 4, report of the Program Budget and Administration Committee of the Executive Board. We will then turn to item 5.1, WHO reform, followed by item 5.2, process for the election of the Director General of the World Health Organization. Then item 5.5, committees of the Executive Board, filling of vacancies. We will take the rest of the items in the order contained in the document EB 149/1. May I take it that this proposal is acceptable? I see no objection, it is so decided. I should like to propose that the board meet from 10:00 to 13:00 hours and from 14:00 to 17:00 hours. I take it that there are no objections to the proposed meeting schedule. I see no objection, it is decided. May I take it that there are no objections to the request by the EU regarding their participation in the EB 149? I see no objection, it is so decided. I would like now to give the floor to the Director General to give his opening remarks. Director General, you have the floor. Director General, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Patrick Ahmad, Director General for Health of Kenya and Chair of the Executive Board, distinguished members of the board. First of all, I would like to welcome and congratulate you, Chair Dr. Ahmad, on your election as a new chair, and I very much look forward to working with you in the year ahead. I also welcome and congratulate the 4 vice chairs and the rapporteur. I would also like to welcome the 12 new members of the board as elected by member states at the World Health Assembly: Afghanistan, Belarus, Denmark, France, Japan, Malaysia, Paraguay, Peru, Rwanda, Slovenia, the Syrian Arab Republic, and Timor-Leste. And I would like to thank all members of the Executive Board for your work in preparing for and executing a very successful World Health Assembly last week. As you know, it was a very successful assembly with 35 resolutions and decisions adopted across a wide range of health issues. Member states also adopted an important resolution on strengthening WHO preparedness for and response to health emergencies. That resolution contains an extensive list of requests for member states, partners, and the Secretariat. Your work over the next year will be very important in guiding that agenda ahead of the 75th World Health Assembly. As you know, member states also adopted a decision to hold a special session of the World Health Assembly in November to consider developing a WHO convention, agreement, or other international instrument on pandemic preparedness and response. I said in my closing remarks to the Assembly on Monday that this is an idea whose time has come. There are many other recommendations for new mechanisms, facilities, and processes, but they will only be truly effective if they are underpinned by a generational commitment between member states to foster greater sharing, trust, and accountability. This board will play an important role in preparing for the special session. And of course, your work is also vitally important for the many administrative matters that get less media attention, but are no less important for the good functioning of our organization. The strengthening WHO and global health security includes strengthening our governance functions, including the executive board. I welcome the suggestion from Austria, Dr. Clemens, for a board retreat, which I have discussed with the chair, and I look forward to engaging with board members and all member states about ways to further strengthen the strategic role of the board. Thank you once again to all of you for your commitment and support, and I look forward to our discussion today. Chair, back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Tedros. At this particular juncture, I would like to give the floor to the moderator.
Thank you very much, Chair. We recognize a few member states who would like to take the floor. With your permission, we'll give first to France, to be followed by Paraguay. France, you have the floor, please. France. France, we are unable to hear you. Could you speak again if you can, please? Okay, it appears we have a slight technical challenge. If I could crave your indulgence and go to Paraguay, we'll come back to you, France. Paraguay, you have the floor, please.
Good day, Chair, and to all delegates. Paraguay presented its candidacy to the EB, convinced that only by actively participating can we build a worldwide health architecture that is fair. We didn't choose an easy time to apply. However, we are convinced that we need to prepare ourselves together for upcoming emergencies. We need to strengthen the World Health Organization. We need to strengthen international health regulations, emergency programs, but it's also extremely urgent for us to all agree on fair rules that guide our policies so that we can manage future pandemics better. Therefore, we've co-sponsored the decision on the extraordinary meeting in the World Health Assembly to look at developing an agreement, convention, or other international instrument under WHO to cover preparation of future pandemics. The access to vaccines and medical products should not be the privilege of the few. Nationalistic attitudes in the face of a pandemic are doomed to failure. And multilateral responses are not just an option, they are the only way to act effectively. This pandemic has also shown us that inequality is a public enemy to public health. Therefore, we consider that the social determinants of health need to occupy front and center in the goals of this organization. Last but not least, I want to express my gratitude for the vote of confidence made on behalf of member states supporting Paraguay's candidacy to join the EB for 2020-2024. Rest assured that we will take on this mission with full commitment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Paraguay. I understand the technicians are working with France to resolve the problem. I may now kindly move to Denmark, to be followed by Slovenia. Denmark, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, and congratulations on your election. And Director General, congratulations to you and a successful World Health Assembly. I think it provided you and your leadership with a very strong mandate to continue your efforts to strengthen and reform the WHO towards implementing the DPW and the triple billion targets. Colleagues also, I'm very honored to serve among you on this board, and congratulations to the 11 other newly elected members of this board. As a founding member of the WHO, Denmark strongly supports international cooperation on global health, and we strongly support the global leading role of the WHO. In supporting the implementation of the GPW and the triple billion targets, and when joining this board, Denmark will put a particular emphasis on universal health coverage, on reducing health inequalities, on strengthening public health, and on ensuring people-centered healthcare systems. As a member of the executive board, Denmark will, as a very strong priority, emphasize the normative role of the WHO as a key pillar in the global health infrastructure. To maintain a strong position, the organization must continuously strive to uphold its legitimacy and its relevance. We believe that a strong normative WHO is a solid foundation for the development of sustainable health systems in all member states. This requires the WHO to continue and to strengthen working in a science-based manner. The global health architecture is fragmented, at times with ineffective and incoherent global responses to health challenges. Denmark supports a strong role and a leading role of the WHO in this global health infrastructure. We also support the continued efforts to ensure an efficient, accountable, and inclusive WHO. This is a prerequisite to maintain the strong normative and technical functions of the organization and the ability of the WHO to address the increasingly complex challenges of global health. We will continue to support the process of ensuring good governance, sound financial management, and an efficient, effective, and accountable WHO. In this process, a more sustainable financing of WHO is needed. While the level of assessed contributions has remained largely static, the proportion of voluntary contributions, often earmarked, has increased, and as a consequence, important areas are underfunded. We support the work to achieve a long-term financial sustainability of the WHO, including by expanding the group of member states who provide long-term core support. Denmark's recent decision to double our voluntary core support to the WHO should be seen in this perspective. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Denmark. I understand France is ready to make its intervention. Professor, you have the floor, please. appears we still have the same technical challenge. My apologies once again, France. We will come back to you. I shall now proceed to Slovenia. You have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm honored to represent my country, Slovenia, in one of the most important governing bodies in the field of health. In particular, I would like to thank European region and its member states to support our candidature in this important body. WHO has been the first international organization to recognize Slovenia as an independent state. Since then, we have worked together intensively in many health areas in developing innovative solutions, in particular in strengthening primary health care as a cornerstone of healthcare systems and in addressing equity in health, good access for all to qualitative health services and universal coverage. We are convinced that we would contribute to the work of EB, representing European region, but also representing small countries that have in many ways, particular challenges. Slovenia would like to thank Dr. Vardhan for excellent leadership and for his work in tobacco control. He deserves the prize, as it was mentioned earlier today. We would also like to congratulate the newly elected chairs and vice chairs of the EB. They have agreed to take this responsibility in a very difficult time. We wish them successful work and offer all support needed. I would also like to thank Dr. Tedros and Secretariat for an excellent General Assembly last week and for all the work that was done in the last year. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Slovenia. I should now invite Oman. You have the floor, please.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, first,
Honorable Minister, may we ask that you probably turn down the mic, the volume on your set, so there'll be no echo in the chamber. Okay, you may now take the floor.
Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, Chair and the Vice Chairs for their election, and his team for successful.
Oman, we will have to come back to you. We crave your kind indulgence. I will now move to France. Are you in the position to speak now? Professor Solomon, I understand that our technicians are trying to reach you by phone. If you would kindly avert your mind to that. I will proceed to Oman again, and then I'll move to non-EB members, and we'll come back to France. Oman, you have the floor, please.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, first they are allowed. And also to
Oman, my sincere apologies. We would have to come back to you. It appears that the sound is better, but there's a problem with the mute and unmute on your end. We would revert soon. If I may kindly move to non-EB members and then come back to you and France later with the permission of the chair, I shall now give the floor to the US. You have the floor.
The United States thanks the government of India for its leadership as chair over the past year and warmly welcomes the government of Kenya in this new role. The United States had the honor of serving on the WHO Executive Board for the last 3 years. The United States affirms the important role of the Executive Board in leading the governance of the WHO and advancing global health. With these responsibilities, we note that members of the executive board are expected to uphold universal values and human rights. Unfortunately, we have grave concerns that the governments of two new board members, Belarus and Syria, do not share these values, as demonstrated by their respective human rights violations and abuses against their own citizens, as overwhelmingly condemned by the international community. In particular, we note Syria's track record of conducting chemical weapons attacks, harming civilians, and striking medical facilities, as well as first responders. The United States takes this opportunity to reinforce the expectations of members of the executive board and calls on the governments of both Belarus and Syria to respect human rights. We also call on Syria to allow for the unimpeded access of life-saving humanitarian aid, including medical supplies, regardless of where those in need are located. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, United States. I shall now invite Australia. You have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, moderator. Australia welcomes Dr. Patrick Amos as incoming chair and newly appointed vice chairs and rapporteur. We look forward to your stewardship of the EB. We thank Dr. Vardhan for leading the executive board as chair during its 147th and 148th sessions and the special session of the board in 2020. This has been a most significant period for WHO's governing bodies, and we acknowledge the unprecedented pressure on your own health system and population. We truly appreciate your contribution during this turbulent past year as Australia concludes its own term as member on the executive board. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Australia. I shall now invite Indonesia. You have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, Indonesia would like to congratulate all of the new members of the Executive Board. We wish to extend support to Timor-Leste as the new Executive Board member representing the Southeast Asia region. Indonesia would also wish to express our gratitude to all the outgoing EB members, including Prof. Nilam Muluk as a member of the Executive Board from Indonesia. Her contribution has concretely strengthened our global health cooperation, including on specific issues such as eye health, as well as on our common interest on universal health agenda and the COVID-19 pandemic. The support from the Secretariat and fellow Executive Board member during her tenure as a member of the EP is highly appreciated. With that, Indonesia is committed to continuing our active participation in the governance of the WHO. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Indonesia. We shall now revert to Oman. Honorable Minister, you have the floor, please. Oman, are you there with us? Okay, we will come back to you again, Oman. I believe France is now ready to take the floor. You have the floor, France.
Bonjour. Good morning, Chair. Director General, ladies and gentlemen, members of the EB, I congratulate all of those elected today. As the Director General of Health here, it is an honor for me to represent France on the Executive Board, and we intend to continue to play a key role in the ongoing governance of WHO. The past year has shown that only a multilateral coordinated response allows us to overcome crisis in a sustainable manner, and this has re-emphasized the need for the international community to coordinate on public health issues. The EB, at its 150th session in January, will have many important issues to look at relating to strengthening the mandate, governance and funding of WHO. We will have the working group on sustainable financing, as well as the report from the IPPR, and these will be considered in January. It is my hope that through this work we can collectively assert that WHO will have the resources it requires to do the job of work it has to do. It needs robust and flexible governance, if that is to be the case, so that it can take flexible, prompt decisions to manage crisis in full, transparent coordination with member states. The WHO can count on the constructive commitment of France and the EU, which we will hold the presidency of in the very near future, in the first half of next year. We wish to conclude by stating that if we are to attain the triple billion goals and to establish UHC as well as prompt health emergency response, we all need to work together. Overcoming health inequalities are also a key challenge for us in the future. We wish to emphasise the importance of strengthening the multilateral health architecture and full implementation of the IHRs. France certainly believes that WHO needs to coordinate preparedness and response for health emergencies, and we believe that the HEP needs to be strengthened. That is clearer than ever in the light of the crisis. The crisis has also highlighted the fact that we need to focus on prevention as a function of solidarity, allowing us in particular to focus on the most vulnerable groups and to ensure that we can mitigate risk factors for them. Here again, we have to look at environmental issues as well as public health education issues, and these are priorities for France. Another priority is mental health. As we emerge from the crisis, this is clearly an area where a great deal of attention will have to be paid, again targeted on vulnerable groups. And in the autumn of this year, we will be hosting a global summit on mental health, which is organised in cooperation with WHO as well as the Mental Health Alliance. We also will be working through the WHO Academy to ensure that the kind of high-quality training is provided to all of those who are very much in the front line of our response. I apologise for the technical problems with that statement.
Patience. I shall now move to Oman. You have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, and my apologies for the previous technical problem. Firstly, allow me to congratulate you, Mr. Chair, and your co-chairs, and congratulate my friend Dr. Tedros for the success of the Assembly. As you know, infection prevention and control, IPC, is a scientific approach grounded in infectious disease, epidemiology, social science, and health system strengthening, designed to prevent harm due to the infection of patient and health workers. IPC occupies a unique position in the field of patient safety, since it is universally relevant to health workers and patients at every healthcare encounter. It promotes health, contributes to global safety, and serves the vulnerables. So far, IPC has been considered critical to achieving several key WHO and global health priorities. Prevention of health emergencies, including fulfillment of the international health regulation, combating AMR, achieving universal health coverage, maternal and neonatal health, and water, sanitation, and hygiene. The COVID-19 pandemic and previously the Ebola outbreak in West Africa have shown the devastating consequences of the lack of preparedness and of defective IPC programs, at times combined with inadequate water supply, poor sanitation, and a weak hygiene infrastructure in both community and healthcare facilities. As such, instead of serving as points where disease is identified and controlled, healthcare facilities can become dangerous places, amplifying outbreaks among staff and patients and transmission back to the communities. The COVID-19 pandemic has provided a unique momentum for strengthening IPC programs and practices in healthcare and in the community. We need to see IPC as a holistic and comprehensive approach applied across all healthcare priorities and beyond. We also need to deeply root IPC programs and practices in health system and sustain them for both improving preparedness for outbreaks and ensuring good quality care and health workers' protection. To achieve this, we need decisive and visible political commitment and leadership engagement at the highest level, including IPC requirement and policy enforcement through mechanisms for accountability agreed upon at international level and adopted regionally and locally. I therefore or Oman therefore requests flagging IPC programs and adding specific global discussion on IPC in the next executive board meeting for the year 2022. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Oman. May I now invite the Syrian Arab Republic? You have the floor, please. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and please allow me at the outset to congratulate the chairperson for his election along with the members of the executive board for the current session. I asked for the floor, in fact, to have the right of reply to the comments made by the United States with regard to Syrian Arab Republic joining.
Of reply will be taken at the end of the meeting. Thank you. Go ahead, yes.
I would like to deliver a statement on behalf of the country.
Please proceed with your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. The Syrian Arab Republic would like to start by thanking the countries who granted us our confidence to work and serve in our membership of the Executive Board. We would also particularly like to thank the Near East, the Eastern Mediterranean group who we are privileged to represent here at this Executive Board. The Syrian Arab Republic is an effective member of the WHO, and we do look forward to playing an active role throughout our tenure at the Executive Board, especially in facing the challenges, the grave challenges that we are facing in the coming period. We trust and we believe that the main key of success for the Executive Board is to enshrine the spirit of cooperation and solidarity among our member states so as to permit the WHO to fulfill its task to the best way possible. Please also allow me to congratulate you and the members of the Executive Board and the Bureau for your election. And we also reaffirm our aspirations to work with you in close cooperation in the coming session. Mr. Chairperson, in facing the health emergencies and challenges that the world has seen in the past period, this requires reinforcing the spirit of solidarity and cooperation so as to permit our member states to play this role very actively. And there is no doubt that the politicization of the WHO and leading it and forcing it to take measures that are led by political imperatives that politicize the humanitarian nature of operating in this field is going in the wrong direction. And in this context, we believe that the comments made shortly by a member state is one example of this wrong behavior, and we reserve the right to reply at the end of this session, of this sitting. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Syrian Arab Republic. I shall now invite Afghanistan. You have the floor, please.
I would like to take this opportunity to appreciate and thank all members. As representative of the Afghan government, I can assure the member states and executive board and the WHO that Afghanistan will play a very proactive role in this forum. In our experience of last 20 years as being an active partner with international community here in Afghanistan, regionally and globally, is a proven fact. I believe that the executive board is a platform where the voice and the advices of those nations who were heard in the past will provide us a platform, an opportunity to communicate the real needs and the expectation on the ground from the WHO. Based on the experience I have with the EMER region for the last 5 or 6 years, and the lessons learned we have within the COVID pandemics, I believe that this is the time for executive board to provide advices and recommendations to different levels of decision-making at WHO to divide the focus, the energy, and the resources we have not only on technical aspects of the work, but the pandemics taught us, the ministries of health, the Ministry of Health, the technical agencies are required to have the capacity to lobby and join forces and make alliances to combat those threats who are threatening the health of people, the prestige of health sectors, and the trust of communities on the great work the health workers are doing in different parts of the world. It is not only the pandemics, but the war in war-affected countries. Afghanistan, part of that is where the great work, the sacrifice of the health sector providers is not respected, well noted, and supported the way it should be. The next idea I wanted to touch upon is this is the time for us to ensure that WHO, our operations, our decisions are neutral and not politicized. We as a country affected by war and somehow felt as marginalized, believe that equity, especially when it comes to human capital, recruitment is an agenda that should be promoted more and more. Given the limited time, I reiterate my message of thank and appreciation, and I can assure you that Afghanistan will not only be a member state, proactive member state, but a member who will try his best to voice the needs of those whom are not heard until now. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Afghanistan. Belarus, you have the floor, please.
Thank you. Chair, distinguished colleagues, I would like most sincerely to thank you for the support shown to the Republic of Belarus in executing us to membership of the EB of the WHO. I can assure you, colleagues, that we will work in good faith to implement the mandate of this most important body in the most constructive manner possible. The election to the EB, for us, is something that will allow us to participate in forging global decisions, and we think it also reflects the achievements made in the Republic of Belarus in the area of health. The WHO has worked in a way that is fully in accordance with our own national priorities, and we fully support the initiatives taken by WHO to do the utmost possible to achieve the goals that have been set. We are very happy indeed to have received advice and guidance from WHO in areas such as training of health personnel, deciding on the future course for health in our country, and certainly the way in which we have been able to upskill our personnel to give them the education that they need, fully in line with the approach taken by WHO, focusing on prevention, diagnostics, treatment and rehabilitation for all those in need of it. We note what was stated here by the US, and we do not accept the criticism about the human rights situation in Belarus. In Belarus, we could spend a very long time talking.
Any right of reply will be taken at the end of the meeting as per the rules of procedure, please.
Fine. In that case, we can simply ensure that we believe that we should not politicise discussion within the EB of the work done there in any way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Belarus. I understand that an EB member, Rwanda, would like to take the floor, although they have a challenge raised in their hands. We'll give the floor to Rwanda and then we'll come to the non-EB member state. Rwanda, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. Congratulations for your election. Serve on WHO Executive Board representing my country and WHO African region for the next 3 years. Our terms coincide with the COVID-19 pandemic, which has proved that WHO role is extremely important. It's proved that a strong, engaging, and responsive WHO is needed for overcoming global threats such as COVID-19, but also support countries' health systems to be more resilient. As well as stated in this 74 World building together healthcare safer, fairer, we have to strengthen preparedness for health emergencies because we are convinced that this pandemic might not last to our humanity. Therefore, global coordinated efforts are needed. The WHO transformation agenda will continue, and if we on targets by 2023, and if we are to attain also the and I pledge my contribution to the executive.
Thank you very much, Rwanda. May I now invite Turkey? You have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. Turkey would like to thank Dr. Vardhan for his leadership and contributions to the Executive Board, and we welcome Kenya's chairmanship and wish a successful term. Chair, Turkey would like to note its concern that in light of the Syrian regime's record in deliberately targeting civilians, healthcare facilities, and health workers, its representation at the board is regrettable. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Turkey. I can see that the Syrian Arab Republic is asking for the floor again. Syrian Arab Republic, you have the floor. Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Thank you. Language should not be allowed in this room. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Syrian Arab Republic. I shall now invite the Russian Federation. You have the floor, please.
Thank you. Director General, colleagues. We would like, on behalf of the Russian Federation, to congratulate those newly elected to the Executive Board of the WHO. We hope for a constructive dialogue and mutually beneficial cooperation with all of them. Sadly, we note comments made by a number of countries which are seeking to politicize the process of work within the WHO and the EB. We call upon members of the EB not to politicize cooperation for the goals of health for all. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Russian Federation. I did not see any further requests for the floor. Chair, I yield to you.
Thank you. This concludes our consideration of item 2 Let's now turn to item 3 of our agenda. We shall now move.
Chair, my sincere apologies. An EB member has just raised their hands. An EB member has just raised their hands. May I give the floor to the
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. Botswana, would you still like to take the floor? I see you've lowered your hands. I no longer see Botswana, but I do recognize Syrian Arab Republic. Is this an old hands already raised, or is this a new intervention you wish to make? Syrian Arab Republic?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I would like to begin by, on behalf of my country, thanking you for the efforts that have been made to ensure that the work of the 74th World Health Assembly was successful. And I'm now happy to participate in this 149th session of the EB.
On this agenda item has already been made by another delegation. May I just seek your indulgence that we revert to the chair, and then when it's time for this agenda item to be taken up, you would be given the floor to make your intervention. I thank you for your understanding.
Thank you. We shall now move to agenda item number 3, outcome of the 74th World Health Assembly. The floor is now open for discussion. I would like to request that the Secretariat moderate the discussion on the virtual platform.
Thank you very much, Chair. I should invite Syrian Arab Republic to be followed by Japan. Syrian Arab Republic, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, moderator. Chair, I would like to begin my comments by thanking you on behalf of my country for all of the efforts that have been made to ensure the success of the 74th World Health Assembly. It's now a pleasure for me today, on behalf of my country, to participate in the 149th session of the Executive Board. The Syrian Arab Republic was elected as a member of the EB for the next 3 years. I wish to reiterate my country's confidence in and commitment to international law and the United Nations Charter. And I reaffirm that we stand fully committed to shoulder all of our responsibilities and to participate in all efforts made as part of the work of the EB within the framework of ongoing multilateral work. All of this seeking to advance the Sustainable Development Agenda. I wish to reiterate the importance of assistance to member states in order to allow them to develop their capacity to upgrade their health systems. This is essential if they are to be able to tackle pandemics like the one we are living through now. Collective work is what we need. We all need to work together to face these challenges, and we must also uphold the principle of justice in vaccine distribution between rich and poor countries. We wish to underscore the need for all member states to respect human rights in accordance with the UN Charter and in accordance with international law. As well as that, we must respect the independence of the peoples of the world. We wish to emphasize the importance of imposing unilateral measures of any kind, and we would encourage the international community to take steps to counter any unilateral decisions that run counter to freedom and independence of the peoples of the world. I wish this EB every success. Thank you.
Right, Japan, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much. First, I congratulate the appointment of Dr. Patrick Oman of Kenya for the chair and new bureau members who will guide us for the next 12 months. Also, I wish to thank Departing Chair Dr. Harsh Vardhan from India and his bureau. Namaste. As previous speakers pointed out, that we have many issues agenda to address. This comes from a very successful 74th World Health Assembly. The 74th World Health Assembly would be remembered as the turning point assembly. The President, Committee A, Committee B chairs, and importantly, Dr. Tedros and his senior management team should be congratulated. But if successful World Health Assembly bring more agenda for World Health Assembly, I'm sure 150 EB is very successful. That means more agenda for the next World Health Assembly. So that is something like snowball to grow. That is not the case. To facilitate this process, I think our mission will be to build solid basis for another successful session of the World Health Assembly. In order to do so, I have two requests and one question. Request number one is the publication of background documents, World Health Assembly documents related to the budget, beginning with the revision of A74/5 and continue to A74/9 were available only averagely 14th of May. That is 7 days before the opening of World Health Assembly. Considering the feedback, it was only 3 working days. The EB 150 will have enormous and vital agenda. And I call upon the chair to encourage secretariats to give us the necessary information in a timely manner. This is number one. Second request is the statement order of member states and non-state actors at the Assembly. So that is a little bit balanced or mixed. I wonder that we should emphasize the Secretariat should prioritize member states over non-state actors. I don't mean that I disrespect the non-state actors, not at all. But the World Health Assembly is the highest governing body. This is why I am insisting priority should be given to member states. My question is alliance speech of some non-state actors. I heard, if I'm correct, that some of non-state actors formed alliance and delivered a statement with organizations that do not have official relationship with WHO. Is it possible? That is I would like to hear the advice from the legal counsel. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Japan. I should now invite Peru to be followed by Botswana. Peru, you have the floor.
Mr. Director General of the World Health Organization, ladies and gentlemen, member of the Executive Board, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of the countries that make up the World Health Organization. For Peru and for Ministry of Health, it's a great opportunity for us to congratulate the 74th World Health Assembly for its work and important agreements. We are going through a global COVID crisis. That is the context. And in this context, it's extremely important to organize that meeting, which has marked the direction for World Health and the World Health Organization that is so important to humanity. In a crisis such as the one we're going through, we can only move forward with a policy that strengthens multilateralism. And that is something that the World Health Organization does, not only in word, but also by its deeds. It's done so with concrete actions such as creating the COVAX mechanism. This is one of the most important measures to promote fairness at a global level, because when it comes to something as important as life, it is the WHO that set up a mechanism that allows the vast majority of low-resource countries to be able to access the vaccines easily, and therefore to protect lives. It is for that reason that Peru, like others, commits itself to living up to one of the most important agreements, namely between now and September to have covered at least 10% of our population with a vaccine. Similarly, we'd like to express our solidarity to the proposal made at the WHO for all countries to be more transparent regarding the impact COVID has had on us. We need to be clear and provide updated and accurate figures regarding the numbers of deaths due to the pandemic. In the case of Peru, we have recently adopted an extremely important decision, which is to update the numbers of those who have passed away. We initially recognized slightly less than 70,000 as confirmed deaths due to coronavirus. Now, we're going to live up to the commitment of using all the instruments and all the proper scientific criteria when it comes to computing our death toll, which now reaches 180,000. To do that, we've incorporated several different criteria, not only virological. And the test, we also have a test to see if the virus is present in the deceased, and we've also looked at other criteria that we would offer up to the consideration of the WHO. For example, serological criteria, radiological criteria, different epidemiological criteria can also be included. And we've also included clinical criteria. And last but not least, the opinion of the attending physician that determines the moment of death. Mr. Director General, we lay these criteria out at your disposal, and our team of investigators will provide them to you so that they can help WHO's reflection on this matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Peru. May I now invite Botswana to be followed by Bangladesh. Botswana, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chairperson. Botswana has the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the 47 member states of the WHO Africa region. Allow me to begin by congratulating you, Dr. Amoth, and Kenya on your election as incoming chairperson of the board, as well as those elected as vice chairs and the rapporteur. We wish you great success in this regard and assure you of Botswana's full support and cooperation. We also congratulate incoming board members on their election and thank outgoing members for their contribution. Let me thank the outgoing former chairperson of the executive board, Dr. Vardhan, for his excellent stewardship of the EB, particularly during this challenging COVID-19 time. I thank and commend the WHO Secretariat for their hard work and coordination of a successful World Health Assembly. We also congratulate the member states for the constructive engagement and contributions, which will improve the organization's effectiveness and accountability in order to achieve the triple billion target as set out in the General Program of Work, or GPW 13. We extend our gratitude to the President of the World Health Assembly, Her Excellency Dasho Wangmo, and chairpersons of all the committees for their leadership that ensured the smooth conduct of the meeting. We are happy to note that even though the agenda was quite demanding, the Assembly worked efficiently and the various items were completed within time, as was agreed in the special procedures. The Africa Group welcomes the resolutions and decisions adopted, which address a wide range of key public health issues, including on accelerating progress towards malaria elimination, diabetes prevention and control, oral health, integrated people-centered eye care, HIV, hepatitis, and sexually transmitted infections, neglected tropical diseases, local production of medicines, disabilities, ending violence against children, social determinants of health, strategic directives for healthcare and workforce. We also welcome the resolution on strengthening WHO preparedness and response to emergencies. This is particularly important to our region as we tend to deal with more outbreaks and epidemics than any other WHO region. Chairperson, a historic milestone reached at the Assembly is the decision to have a special session of the World Health Assembly in November 2021 to consider developing a WHO convention or international instrument on pandemic preparedness and response. In our view, and as noted by the DG, An international instrument will ensure strengthening implementation of international health regulations, building of national capacities for preparedness and response to health emergencies, early warning systems, sharing of stockpiling and production of pandemic supplies, sharing of pathogens for research and innovation, equitable access to vaccines, diagnostics, and treatments, as well as sharing of technology for research and development, among others. We must, however, recognize that negotiating an international instrument is a major undertaking, and given the amount of time proposed for negotiations, this will be a major challenge. We also wish to underscore that a fully inclusive, representative, and transparent process will lead to a successful outcome and a document that will enjoy the support of all member states. The Assembly also adopted an interim report of the Working Group on Sustainable Finance, and the central theme that was emphasized by several member states is ensuring that an element of equity is incorporated in the definition of sustainable finance. We look forward to discussing the final report of the Working Group at the Executive Board in January 2022. The African Group congratulates the member states for approving the planned program budget for 2022 and 2023. The revised budget will take into account the recommendations from the various relief committees, including those of the Independent Panel on Pandemic Preparedness and Response. Concerning polio transition, as the African Group highlighted in our interventions, the mainstreaming of polio essential functions in the region should not result in a downward deviation of the percentage share for the Africa region. Instead, the approach taken should be consistent with the WHO decision in 2016 on the strategic budget space allocation, which requested the DG to implement the model in a manner that minimizes any negative budgetary impact at regional and country level, particularly in the countries with greatest need. We therefore look forward to discussing the impact of the polio transition on the strategic budget space allocation at the January 2022 executive. Chairperson, as I end, despite the overall success of the Assembly, there were also challenges that our region experienced. While the grouping of similar items on the agenda allowed the completion of the agenda within time, it continues to hinder our ability to fully discuss some critical issues due to the limited time. In this regard, we are confident that the Secretariat will continue to work with member states to address these issues in the upcoming governing body meeting. Let me conclude, Chair, by once again thanking you and the WHO Secretary for a successful assembly. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Botswana. May I now invite Bangladesh to be followed by the Republic of Korea. Bangladesh, you have the floor, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, first of all, I congratulate you on your appointment as the Chair of the Executive Board. Also, I congratulate newly elected Vice Chairs and Rapporteur. I take the opportunity to thank Dr. Vardhan, the immediate First Chair, for the efficient manner he led the Executive Board during a trying time for the organization. Bangladesh commends Member States, the Secretariat, and other participants for the successful conclusion of the 74th World Health Assembly. I wish to place on record our appreciation to Dr. Tedros and his team for their tireless effort in making the Assembly successful. With more than 30 resolutions and decisions adopted, the just concluded WHA was quite significant. Member States adopted resolution on strengthening WHO preparedness and response for emergencies. It decided to hold a special session of the Assembly in November. It also rightly underscored sustainable financing for strengthening WHO. All these outcomes are commendable. The theme of the Assembly, ending this pandemic, preventing the next one, was very timely. Mr. Chair, we shared our views, comments, and recommendations on various issues in our statements during the session. However, I would like to reiterate a few points. First, on national context. Bangladesh launched nationwide COVID-19 vaccination in February. Within 3 months, over 5.8 million people received the first dose, and around 3.5 million have been fully vaccinated. However, there is a shortfall of around 2 million doses of AstraZeneca vaccine to cover the second dose due to sudden supply disruption, and we need those on an urgent basis. We count on the COVAX facility to help us overcome this unforeseen crisis, as we also expect to receive a supply of 20% of our total need committed under this facility. Second, I quote from Director General Dr. Tedros, and quote, "No one is safe until everyone is safe." To make everyone safe, we need global solidarity. We need unity. We need to share technologies and know-how with the low and middle-income countries as to increase local production capacity. Also, we need to waive TRIPS agreement now to help development, manufacturing, and distribution of COVID-19 vaccines, therapeutics, and other tools to fight this public health crisis of history. Finally, Mr. Chair, Bangladesh delivered ROV on AMR and mental health on behalf of the Southeast Asian region countries and the SME. We believe if we would like to prevent future pandemic, this is the high time to achieve the goal of antimicrobial resistance continuum and promote mental health preparedness in response to public health emergencies. Let me conclude by saying that this is a time for action, and we all must play our role to save lives and reduce sufferings. We hope the outcome of the 75th World Health Assembly will help WHO take a decisive role, making our world free from the pandemic this time and in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bangladesh. May we now invite the Republic of Korea to be followed by Austria. Korea, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I have heard about the level of exhaustion among WHO staff, and would like to extend my gratitude to the Secretary and the DG for the successful hosting of the first entirely virtual WHA and the EB. The 74th Assembly closed after the most passionate discussion of all time. Discussion on item 17 and 18 on COVID-19 response and the WHO's work in health emergencies particularly took days to complete. The Republic of Korea agrees that there is no going back to business as usual and that urgent action is required to end this pandemic. We hope to see faithful implementation of the resolution on strengthening WHO, including annual reporting on the implementation of the IHR and the renewed alert system based on clear criteria. We are also looking forward to seeing important advancement in establishing the global emergency response system through the special session in this November. The Republic of Korea would like to express our support for transparent and independent evaluation and analysis of the origins of the COVID-19 outbreak and calls for timely, evidence-based, and expert-led phase 2 study. Mr. Chair, I cannot stress enough the importance of WHO's leadership during the pandemic. In this regard, the Republic of Korea is very glad to see smooth progression of WHO transformation at all levels of WHO, as shown in the annual report. More effort, however, is required in assessing the outcome level and the effect of this progress and urges swift action. Considering that the Working Group on Sustainable Financing also requested more visibility of WHO's achievement, clear demonstration of the achievement of WHO transformation can also help increase the sustainability of WHO's financing. On that note, I also hope that the Working Group on Sustainable Financing that is currently discussing the essential function of the WHO proceed in a timely fashion in order to make a sustainable recommendation to the next EB. The Republic of Korea promises to continue engaging in these discussions and hope that increased vaccine production and equitable distribution will allow us to meet face-to-face at the next EB and World Health Assembly next year. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Republic of Korea. I shall now invite the United Kingdom to be followed by Timor-Leste. United Kingdom, you have the floor, please. My sincere apologies. It would I think I have skipped Austria. I had earlier indicated Austria before the United Kingdom. Apologies, Austria. You have the floor, please.
Thank you, moderator. No problem. And thank you also, Chair, for giving me the floor. First of all, let me congratulate you on your election as Chair of the Executive Board, and I'm confident that with your guidance we will have fruitful meetings, and I assure you of Austria's and my personal full support. Furthermore, I would like to take this opportunity to express our deepest appreciation to our fellow EB members for this strong sign of trust by electing Austria to serve as Vice Chair of the EB. I also hope that this EB will prove the importance of this governing body and will contribute to good and strong governance of WHO. I personally would like to stress the importance of multilateral cooperation, and we, the member states, have to act accordingly to strengthen the governance of this most valuable organization. Regarding the outcomes of the World Health Assembly, once again, I think we have outcome ourselves by successfully finishing the longest World Health Assembly agenda in documented history. And I think that we also can learn from the experiences we have now made by virtual sessions of this magnitude. And I think some technical points were already raised by member states during the World Health Assembly, how to improve. The first major lesson is probably in Committee A that we have clear indication, really clear indication which agenda items are also of relevant. And then second, that we always should consider that regional statements are delivered first so that the member states can orient themselves accordingly. And third, this is, as I've made many times, that we should also start the sessions on time, since we are all spread around the world in different time zones, so that we can stay healthy during this long health assemblies. My fourth, but the important point is, since the World Health Assembly has agreed to have a special session on the pandemic treaty end of November, early December, I would like to suggest that that in preparing this important session, also the Executive Board has to convene prior to that in autumn. As a governing body, we have to be in a position to prepare accordingly. May I ask for a deliberation later on how we can proceed on this? And on this, I yield back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Austria. May I now invite the United Kingdom to be followed by Timor-Leste. United Kingdom, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. The UK would like to thank the WHO, the DG and the governing body team on a successful World Health Assembly and for all the hard work which went into organising the virtual forum. It was right that the second May Assembly during the pandemic focused on global health security and the COVID-19 response, and we are pleased that member states were given the space to respond to the items under the emergencies pillar, to share best practice, lessons learned and reflections. It was also important to discuss preparing for future threats to our discussion on WHO strengthening, proposed framework convention and the reports of the independent reviews. This World Health Assembly has also shown that we have not and should not stop thinking about other health issues, including the continued importance of tackling antimicrobial resistance, patient safety, including infection prevention and control, and the health and social care workers' safety. Health inequalities and the social determinants of health, particularly climate change, and non-communicable diseases, including oral health, eye care, and diabetes. However, with over 60 agenda items and 30 decisions and resolutions, we all still have more work to do in collaboration with the Secretariat to control agendas to ensure the Assembly can discuss all the topics fully in the way they deserve. We look forward to working with our fellow EB members and other member states in making progress on the important topics discussed, including through the WHO's strengthening working groups and the special session in November. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, United Kingdom. May I now invite Timor-Leste to be followed by France. Timor-Leste, you have the floor, please.
Excelência Presidente, Vice-Presidente e composição da mesa. Em nome de Timor-Leste, congratular Sua Excelência o Presidente eleito, Vice-Presidente eleito da Comitê Executivo e os respectivos membros. Aproveito igualmente esta oportunidade para reconhecer os apoios oferecidos pelas nações. Quero apoiar o Timor-Leste para ser membro do Comitê Executivo da OMS para os próximos 3 anos. Timor-Leste funciona também a reconhecer Sua Excelência.
We understand that there is no Portuguese interpretation. Hold on to your interpretation and come back to you. I'm afraid we are not in a position to interpret your statement at the moment. If you kindly bear with us, we will come back to you. With that, may I kindly move to France, and we will come back to you later. Thank you very much, Timor-Leste. France, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much. France wishes to congratulate the Secretariat for all the efforts made regarding the governing bodies in this very particular period, and to make sure that the WHO could use digital platforms. The Secretariat has been able to continue its work and make sure that WHO governments could move forward when it was most needed. France wants to pay homage to the leadership team and to the entire WHO staff for this work, and we hope that the next session will be carried out in the traditional manner and a return to normalcy. France wants to highlight the real progress when it comes to the management of the agenda and the publication of reports, and we urge the Secretary to continue in that vein. France realizes how important it is for member states to have secretarial documents as quickly as possible in all the official languages. This is important for reports and preparatory documents to governing body meetings, as well as a standard setting and other reports and documents throughout the year. It's a very important and wise investment to strengthen the WHO governance and its reach. From a practical perspective, several things deserve highlighting to continue to improve the work of the governing bodies that we are so involved in. The agenda needs to be realizable. This is something that's important for us, especially for the member states and members of the executive board. The schedules need to be adhered to strictly, especially when it comes to starting sessions. Thirdly, the item to be covered needs to be clearly indicated and needs to be identifiable by all. In that regard, we wish to thank the Secretariat for setting up a sign ahead or in front of the speaker, and we urge that this be used all the time. Regional statements need to be duly highlighted and given priority to avoid national statements that might align themselves with a statement that had not been already made at a regional level. When it comes to statements that cover several items of the agenda, this should be used widely, but however avoiding the overlap of sanitary and institutional systems as happened with the case of item 26. Last but not least, the interpreters need to be provided with the best context possible. They need to be able to provide text ahead of time, and speakers need to do their best to speak it clearly. And we've also highlighted several technical issues and absences of interpretation services, which has actually excluded from the debate some member states. And once again, I want to thank the interpreters once again during this very session. Last but not least, logistical matters are the cornerstone of the success of the work of the EB. Therefore, we would suggest an informal working group that could make proposals on the specific issue by bringing together in Geneva the Secretariat as well as interested experts in this matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Franz. Before we go back to Timor-Leste, we would invite the US to make the intervention, and then we'll come back to Timor-Leste. USA, you have the floor.
Thank you. And member states for a very successful 74th World Health Assembly. Indeed, it's remarkable to think about what we've achieved together through this virtual platform with all of us dispersed around the world, and agree with many of the points that our colleague from Austria has just said in his reflections. I would just want to note that the grouping of items in particular for this assembly was very interesting, not only for COVID, but for other items, as it was very helpful for thinking outside of policy and programmatic silos. We greatly appreciate the broad consensus achieved on WHO strengthening and the creation of the member state working group to put forward recommendations to the special session of the WHO in November 21. Although there's great enthusiasm to move forward on WHO strengthening, and in considering whether an agreement, convention, or other international instrument would best serve to address issues that could result in strengthening WHO and improving preparedness and response, we should not prejudge the outcome of the member state working group. WHO member states must consider what tool or mechanism is best suited to implement the strengthening recommendations from the member state working group, rather than allow political pressure to dictate the outcome. Acting on the recommendations received and looks forward to helping lead with other WHO member states. Throughout the Assembly, member states and stakeholders discussed other critical disruptions beyond COVID, such as to food systems and social safety nets, which threaten health, nutrition, and well-being in communities across the world. As we look ahead to the Nutrition for Growth Summit, the high-level meeting on HIV/AIDS next week, and more, the United States continues to urge WHO and member states to engage a wide range of actors at local, national, regional, and global levels using a health in all policies approach. I thank you.
Thank you very much, US. May we now invite Slovakia and then Timor-Leste. Slovakia, you have the floor, please.
Thank you. Dear Mr. Chair, Slovakia aligns itself to the EU and its member state statements delivered on discussed issues. We would like to echo our distinguished colleagues and join this thanks for the successful 74th Assembly in dynamic virtual format. Slovakia would like to draw your attention to several points of the WHO regarding cross-regional aspects of member states' participation in WHO governance for your consideration. First, Slovakia appreciates the country-centric strategic approach and the interoperability efforts to strengthen the unity and cooperation at all WHO levels. We believe that the fair and systematic participation of the member states in the WHO governance matters is and should stay an integral part of the WHO strengthening and transformation process. We are strongly convinced that meaningful involvement of the member states in the governance matters is a collective ownership. Slovakia is pleased to emphasize its cross-regional survey of the candidature procedures, which has been supported by our WHO Euro Regional Director and his team by establishing an expert subgroup. The survey has shown a wide prevalence of constituted candidature coordination in all other WHO regions. Stemming from the conclusions of this review survey, Slovakia is consistent with its belief that a more consensuated and predictable manner of the candidatures coordination would be highly instrumental within the European region. We appreciate all the effort and hard work ongoing in finding multilateral solutions to inclusive, fair, transparent, and predictable participation process of member states in WHO governance. And we are ready to continue triggering discussions together with WHO team and distinguished member states. We would like to thank them for all their support and their valuable interaction. Also, we would like to express our gratitude to our distinguished colleagues from the WHO regions for their feedback, and we especially appreciate the outcomes from the PAHO WHO team. In conclusion, Slovakia wishes to echo the distinguished Director General Dr. Tedros the following words at the end of WHO. Strengthening the WHO means not only strengthening the Secretariat, but also strengthening the bond between member states. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Slovakia. I now understand that Timor-Leste is in a position to deliver a statement in one of the 6 official languages. I shall now give the floor to Timor-Leste.
Excellency, we will take the floor after 10 or 15 minutes later. Thank you.
Timor-Leste, could you kindly repeat that?
We will take the floor after 10 or 15 minutes later. Thank you.
Very well. Thank you very much, Timor-Leste. May I now invite the Russian Federation? You have the floor.
Okay.
Russian Federation, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, Director General. The Russian Federation is very grateful to the Director General and to the Secretariat of the organization, as well as the member states, for the organization that went into holding the World Health Assembly. It was difficult, but it was also unique. It has shown that member states of this organization can come together to find solutions to the problems created by the outbreak of COVID-19 and the pandemic. The Assembly has adopted important resolutions on preparedness for health emergencies, for control of NCDs, and also on other issues. We would like to draw attention to one or two nuances in the process of holding the World Health Assembly. What I have in mind is that sometimes the deadlines for the dispatch of documents to WHO member states were not observed, and also it was rather complicated when items were grouped together for discussion. The Russian Federation supports Austria's proposal about a more active involvement of the Executive Board in the taking of decisions. We welcome the holding of a special session of the World Health Assembly in November this year in order to consider the possibility of adopting a treaty or another international document on pandemic preparedness. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Russian Federation. I do not see any further requests for the floor. However, we would proceed with the agenda item as it is. We will get back to Timor-Leste when they are in a position to make the intervention with the indulgence of and the concurrence of the chair. So I'll now give the floor back to the chair. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Moderator. At this particular point, I would like to invite the Legal Counsel to respond to the matter that was raised by Japan. Legal Counsel, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Executive Board member from Japan for his question to me relating to statements by non-state actors and the innovations which were introduced in the Health Assembly this year. The first thing I would like to clarify is that only non-state actors in official relations are given the floor and invited to address the Assembly. But in respect of the question as to whether non-state actors may, in a constituency statement or otherwise, mention other organizations that they say support their statement, I would suggest that this and the other issues that the Japanese delegation raised could be considered as part of the process of review of the innovations introduced at the Health Assembly this year. And in this respect, I would remind the board that there is provision for a report to be provided to the 150th Executive Board in January about those innovations. And I also understand that there will be an opportunity for feedback to be provided before that. Thank you.
Thank you, Counsel, for the response. As I see no further comments, let me thank the board for this rich discussion. And this concludes our consideration of item 3. We shall now take up item 4 of our agenda, the report of the Program Budget and Administration Committee of the Executive Board. The 34th meeting of the Program Budget and Administration of the Executive Board was held virtually from 19th to 21st May 2021. Document EB 149/2 before you contains a report on items related to matters on which the committee should report to the Executive Board. I shall ask Dr. Faisal Bensala, Chair of the committee, to brief the board on the committee's work. Dr. Bensala, You have the floor. Thank you.
Director General, Chairman, Executive Board members, Your Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is a privilege for me and a great pleasure to be here and to have chaired the 34th meeting of the Programme Budget and Administrative Committee, which concluded on the 21st of May this year. Today, I would like to share some of the highlights of our report with you. At the opening of the meeting, the Director General presented an update on the response of the organization to recent allegations of sexual abuse and exploitation. He said that a number of measures had been introduced already for reporting and investing allegations and for protecting those served by WHO. The organization is also working towards establishing a new model of transparency and accountability. When we turned to the substantive items on our agenda, we first took up the report of the Independent Expert Oversight Advisory Committee. That was presented by the committee's chairman. The Programme Budget and Administration Committee welcomed the report, noting both the level of exhaustion among WHO staff and WHO's positive performance during 2020 despite the unforeseen challenges caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. It shared the IEOAC's concerns about the longer-term funding sustainability of the organization due to the decreasing percentage of the budget being funded through assessed contributions. The committee proposed the following guidance. There are 7 points. 1, to continue to monitor staff well-being and provide the necessary support to reduce staff fatigue. 2, to continue to work towards swift implementation of the recommendations of the Independent Expert Oversight Advisory Committee. 3, to continue efforts to ensure that the WHO transformation agenda is fully reflected at country level. 4, to seek to ensure zero tolerance of procurement fraud, especially in emergency situations. 5, to take prompt action to prevent sexual exploitation and abuse. 6, to continue working towards implementation of the new enterprise resource planning system with a view to enhancing internal processes. And 7, to request the committee to conduct benchmarking of budgetary levels of enabling functions as a proportion of the overall budget across the United Nations system. The committee also welcomed the IEOAC's intention of consulting PBAC members and the Secretariat informally before proposing revisions to its terms of reference to the PBAC. It requested that this be extended to all member states and that more time be given for feedback. The Secretariat then presented an update on the progress made in advancing institutional accountability, highlighting the efforts made to strengthen WHO's business integrity functions and build best-in-class organizational accountability standards and approaches across the 3 levels of the organization. The committee welcomed the Secretariat's efforts to review systematically all of WHO's business integrity functions and to develop an enhanced risk management approach. It supported the recommendations relating to risk management and compliance made by the IEOAC and welcomed the allocation of additional resources to the WHO Office of Internal Oversight Services to increase its capacity to address the backlog of internal oversight investigations. Furthermore, the committee welcomed the implementation of the new WHO policy to prevent and address abusive conduct and the overall efforts made to strengthen the prevention of sexual exploitation and abuse across the organization. It further proposed the following guidance to the Secretariat. 1. To clearly define the role of and resources assigned to all accountability functions. 2. To strengthen and adopt a proactive and forward-looking approach to coordination and cooperation across all accountability functions. 3. To regularly update and, when appropriate, seek comment from Member States on any plans to implement additional accountability policies and procedures, including in the areas of procurement, risk management, and tackling abusive behavior. And 4, strengthen ongoing training across a range of accountability functions for all relevant WHO personnel. The committee then had a report from the Secretariat on compliance, risk management, and ethics. It emphasized the importance for WHO to maintain strong and up-to-date internal controls and systems against fraud and corruption at all levels of the organization. It further requested that the functions of compliance, risk management, and ethics be fully resourced at all levels of the organization. The committee welcomed the review being undertaken of risk management approaches throughout the organization and noted that there would also be a review of the complaints procedure. Concern was voiced over recent allegations of sexual exploitation and abuse involving WHO. The committee recommended that the Secretariat keep Member States updated on implementation of the policy to prevent abusive conduct. It further recommended that the Secretariat should make efforts not only to improve policies but also to improve the implementation of such policies, including through appropriate staff training, with an appropriate risk appetite framework to be developed and shared with Member States as a matter of priority. It should also ensure that compliance, risk management, and ethics functions are adequately resourced and staffed across the 3 levels of the organization in line with Decision EB 1484, and that using innovative methods. Following this, the committee received a report on WHO's response to reports of the Joint Inspection Unit in the United Nations. It expressed appreciation for the increase in implementation rates of the JIU's recommendations. The Secretariat was provided with the following guidance. 1, that it work within the High-Level Committee on Management to respond to JIU recommendations related to interagency mobility, including those on misconduct and rehiring. 2, to pay special attention to implementing the recommendations of JIU reports, including, but not limited, to those on investigative functions and enterprise risk management. and to ensure that progress is made and reported on by the next meeting of the Executive Board and the PBAC. And 3, to facilitate any governance action required to ensure that the organization is on track to implement the GIU recommendation regarding development and adoption of appropriate formal procedures for the investigation of complaints of misconduct by executive heads within the time frame requested by the GIU. The committee then considered the annual report on evaluation and proposed to the Secretariat the following guidance. 1. To implement the recommendations of the evaluation of WHO transformation, particularly regarding the establishment of outcome-level milestones for the remainder of the transformation. To engage more closely with Member States in pursuing future implementation of transformation and to ensure that the requisite resources and staffing levels were available for WHO's work at country level in the next phase of transformation. 3. To provide regular updates on progress made in the implementation of transformation at all levels of the organization and especially at country level. 4. To provide a mission briefing on the evaluation of WHO transformation. 5. To consider using cross-regional focus group discussions for future evaluations. And 6. To update Member States on the evaluation of the WHO response to the COVID-19 pandemic in the organization's work plan at the next meeting of the Programme, Budget and Administration Committee. We then received some reports on WHO's hosted partnerships. The committee noted that the lessons learned from COVID-19 make it clear that mechanisms are needed to share experience on COVID-19 and to strengthen global preparedness and response. The importance of multi-stakeholder partnerships has become more obvious during the pandemic, and the work that WHO and its hosted partnerships have achieved shows that partnerships make substantial contributions to health outcomes. It was suggested that the possibility of establishing 2 additional partnerships be considered on digital health and on pandemic management. The Secretariat noted that there are several ways for WHO to engage with partners and proposed to continue informal discussions on the most appropriate mechanisms to advance the work on digital health and on pandemic management. Next, the committee considered the nominations for the membership of the Independent Expert Oversight Advisory Committee. It recommended that the Executive Board appoint 4 new members to the Independent Expert Oversight Advisory Committee in accordance with the proposed calendar. Finally, we turned to the statement by the representative of the staff associations and welcomed the engagement of the staff associations and their good working relationship with senior management. The committee welcomed the measures taken to improve staff health insurance services and to protect and promote the health of staff, particularly during the COVID-19 pandemic, and specifically in terms of providing more flexible working arrangements. I should like to thank the Executive Board, its Chairman, and the Director General for inviting me to provide you with this report. I would like to take this opportunity also to thank the members of the committee and the representatives of non-member states of the committee for their advice, support, and willingness to find consensus during the session. I firmly believe in the importance of the Programme, Budget and Administration Committee for WHO's effective functioning and greatly appreciate the opportunity to have chaired this 34th session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bensala. I would like to request the board's indulgence for Timor-Leste, who had a problem with their translation, to make their statement under item 3 of our previous agenda.
Mr. President and distinguished guests, on behalf of Timor-Leste, I wish to congratulate His Excellency, the President-elect, and His Excellency Vice President-elect of the Executive Committee and their respective members. I would also like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the support given by all nations for having selected Timor-Leste to be a member of the WHO Executive Board Committee for the next 3 years. Timor-Leste would also like to recognize and thank His Excellency, Director General of WHO, Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, and His Excellency Dr. Poonam Singh, Director of the Southeast Asia region, for their assistance and leadership to other nations and to Timor-Leste through WHO in Timor-Leste, especially to fight against the COVID-19 pandemic. I am immensely grateful for the support given to COVID-19 vaccine and also for other items of personal protective equipment and medical equipment. I believe Timor-Leste will remain active as an executive member for the mandate term for the next 3 years. I thank you, sir.
Thank you, Timor-Leste, for your statement. The floor is now open for discussion for the agenda item that had been presented by Dr. Bensala. And I would like to request that the Secretary moderate the discussion on the virtual platform. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I recognize France to be followed by Ghana. France, you have the floor, please. France, you have the floor.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair. Chairman, I welcome the adoption of the WHO budget for 2022-2023, following the discussions that took place within PBAC, and we've been focusing on the discussions of the review committees, and we've taken on board their suggestions, which might have an impact in May 2022. We've had a discussion on the sustainable financing of WHO and will participate actively in the working group on this issue. A sustainable and entirely financed budget is essential for implementing the organization's activities. I'd also like to draw the attention of the board to the conclusions of the audit report, which has just been submitted by the external auditor. And we read in the report something of particular interest, and that was
Post-facto approval was obtained after 4 months. The firm's role in procurement constituted a conflict of interest, as the firm provided assistance to both WHO and the supplier. Dans les remarques qui figurent sur
so those comments were made in the audit report, and we agree that that is a serious issue and we'd like to come back to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, France. May I now invite Ghana to be followed by Singapore. Ghana, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair.
Ghana is honored to make the statement on behalf of the 47 member states of the WHO Africa region. We'd like to congratulate Dr. Patrick of Kenya for his election as chair of the executive board. And same congratulations goes to all the newly elected members of the board. We wish them all success in their new role and look forward to having a productive engagement with them in the board. We also express our sincere appreciation to Dr. Vardhan, Minister of Health and Family Welfare of India, for competently steering the affairs of the board during the past year. We thank the PBAC for a concise report and endorse the specific recommendations made to guide follow-up actions on accountability, compliance and oversight, staff well-being, and the transformation agenda at country level. We welcome the annual report of the Independent Expert Oversight Advisory Committee and support its recommendations. We endorse the recommendation to appoint 4 new members to the IEOC in accordance with the proposed calendar. We commend the actions taken by management to improve the work environment and make it conducive for all employees. In this regard, we call for the urgent implementation of the new policy for preventing and dealing with abusive conduct, with particular attention to strengthening the prevention of sexual exploitation and abuse across the organization. The appointment of focal points on sexual exploitation and abuse and sexual harassment by management of the WHO Regional Office for Africa is worthy of commendation. We request the general support of member states and donors to make these initiatives successful. We welcome the allocation of additional resources to the Office of Internal Oversight Services to increase its capacity to address the backlog of cases and manage new ones more efficiently. In acknowledging the progress made in the implementation of recommendations of the Joint Inspection Unit, we support the call for expedited action in implementing Recommendation 7 of document JIU/REP/2020/1 regarding the development and adoption of appropriate formal procedures for the investigation of complaints of misconduct by executive heads. We know the progress made in the implementation of organization-wide evaluation work plan for 2020-2021 and look forward to reports on country-focused evaluations as soon as the COVID-19 situation allows for these to be undertaken. We further look forward to the outcome of evaluations of the integration of gender, equity, and human rights in the work of the organization. We endorse the recommendation for a report to the 150th Executive Board in January 2020 on the impact of the polio transition on the strategic budget space allocation, and we request the Director General to safeguard the Health Assembly's decision on the strategic budget space allocation. This is to prevent any negative budgetary impact of the polio transition in regions and countries with the greatest need. We know the reports on hosted partnership and support recommendations for the establishment of 2 partnerships on digital health and pandemic management to promote the sharing of experience in this regard. We support the request by the WHO Staff Association, including the need to be consulted on policies that affect them directly, as well as the need to implement swiftly the recommendation of the Task Force on Flexible Working Arrangement. We support the adoption of the report. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ghana. May I now invite Singapore to be followed by Bangladesh. Singapore, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. Singapore echoes the thanks and congratulations offered by Ghana to outgoing and incoming members of the Executive Board, as well as the organization for conduct and meetings thus far. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute a few points to the discussion. COVID-19 has magnified the need to urgently reform WHO's financing structure, especially given increasing global expectations to strengthen international preparedness and response. Member states would need to ensure that requisite resources are provided in line with our shared expectations regarding WHO's role and obligations in the global health system. As a member of both the PBAC and the Executive Board, Singapore stands ready to contribute to further discussions. My second point, we would like to emphasize that funding needs to be sustainable, which means that there should also be a focus on efficiency measures and cost savings. Sustainability is a key feature in Singapore's healthcare system philosophy. Confronted with competing resource priorities and increasing demands, we have continued working on measures to improve our healthcare system's cost effectiveness and efficiency to ensure long-term financial sustainability. Singapore welcomes the progress made in transforming WHO into a more agile and impact-focused organization and look forward to working with the Secretariat and Member States on further future reforms. Lastly, there is a need to focus on WHO's business as usual work, as there's a likelihood that the pandemic will result in an endemic end state. We must continue to be ready to respond to health emergencies by ensuring we have the right systems and capabilities in place. In particular, the strengthening of health data systems would be instrumental in building resilience in the health systems by allowing for better surveillance and the evaluation of outcomes. We are supportive of the proposal to establish additional partnerships for digital health initiatives to leverage the potential of new digital technologies in developing data-driven insights. All member states would need to reach a certain level of technical capability to collect and analyze high-quality data, and we will urge everyone to continue investments in this area. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Singapore, may I now invite Bangladesh to be followed by Japan. Bangladesh, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Mr. Chair, we thank the Program, Budget and Administration Committee of the Executive Board for a concise report with recommendations. We recognize that the proposed budget program 2022 to 2023 was prepared in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, and the budget proposal was adopted in the Assembly. My delegation would like to take this opportunity to express its appreciation to the Regional Director of the WHO Southeast Asia region, Dr. Poonam Khetrapal Singh, on her leadership in taking forward and strengthening the emergency preparedness, including the WHO Southeast Asia Health Emergency Response Fund. The fund has been playing a key role in response to an acute public health emergency. The countries in Southeast Asia region have been benefited by this fund. Mr. Chair, we echo Director General Dr. Tedros that the pandemic of COVID-19 has changed the world, and the world needs a strong WHO more than ever before. Without sustainable financing, we cannot think of making a stronger WHO. We would like to highlight that equity should be made a part of sustainable financing, along with predictability, medium to long-term availability, and flexibility. A robust discussion on the report of the Independent Expert Oversight Advisory Committee, annual report on compliance, risk management and ethics, reports of the Joint Inspection Unit was held during the PBAC meeting, and all the important points seem to be reflected properly in the report. Therefore, we support the adoption of the report. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Bangladesh. May I now invite Japan? You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Japan welcomes the complete report from the PBAC and appreciate the PBAC chair and members. I have 2 points. First, revising terms of reference of the PBAC, which is proposed under paragraph 9. I agree that the work and budget are expanding in WHO, and as PBAC member from Singapore mentioned that quality and work characters of work is changing. Therefore, revisiting the term of reference is much needed. In this regard, I heard from the gallery that PBAC chair presentation at the PBAC included that WHO's budget increase. I took it as an expression of risk for this organization. That is important. At the same time, Japan expects the IEOSC to strengthen its oversight function when considering the revision of the TOR. Also, the new membership of IEOSC is included. I think good gender and geographical balance are essential. It seems that we may not have any IEOAC member from Western Pacific region in 2022, and none from American region in 2023. I'm wondering if we change the sequence of appointment, that absence can be avoided, not full, but can be avoided. So I'd like to turn to Secretariat, how you are going to handle these issues, and also a possibility of expansion of membership after 2023 might be considered when discussing the new TOR, because I think the change of work of WHO, that implies that change of requirement or competency or experience for a new IOAC member need to be considered. Second part is paragraph 30 with regards to new partnerships. Japan would be careful to accept new partnership since it's not an easy thing. WHO should be deliberate in hosting a partnership, which means WHO agree with a body with separate governance and budget, while also being an employer of those staffs. So I'm wondering, and the PBAC chair is right, very correct, that to consider variety options, because I look at ACTA, that works well. We are looking at COVAX facilities, that works well. That is not hosted partnership. So we would like to ask Secretariat to take complete and necessary consideration before preparing the background documents for our consultation in January. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Japan. I shall now move to non-EB member states, and I invite Finland. You have the floor.
Chair, we would like to congratulate you on your election as a new chair of the executive board, as well as all the newly elected EP members. Finland wishes to thank the Evaluation Office for their comprehensive reports. The evaluation function is an invaluable part of the organization's accountability function. We would like to make some comments on the evaluation of the WHO transformation. This evaluation comes at a rather late stage of the process, but is all the more crucial. Transparency and dialogue are important for the member states. We would like to thank the Evaluation Office and the Secretariat for the significant amount of work conducted to date. We are particularly pleased to learn about the clear indications that the staff is knowledgeable and engaged in the process. However, we note the signs of reform fatigue. The two main shortcomings identified, the lack of an actionable theory of change and late-stage dialogue with the member states, require further and immediate attention. We stand ready to do our part of the latter, and in fact, Finland took part in the transformation survey earlier this year. Given the strategic significance, cross-cutting nature, and budgetary implications of the transformation, exchange with member states remains essential. One of the reasons for an incomplete picture of the transformation is the focus largely on internal change and country-level action. We repeat our request to have a strategic discussion at the governing bodies on WHO's work in countries. We strongly support recommendations for the remainder of the process on setting clear outcome-based milestones and associated management and reporting tools, strengthening member states' communication and accelerating implementation at country level. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Finland. I see no further requests for the floor, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. Moderator, I thank the EB members and non-members for your comments on item 4. Many of the issues raised were discussed during the WHA, and I don't intend to discuss this further now. Other matters raised will be taken up in more detail, including responses by the Secretariat during the course of our agenda today. I thank you. And I take it now that the board wishes to take note of the report contained in document EB 149/2. I see no objection. It is so decided. We shall refer back to the report when considering the committee's recommendations under the relevant agenda items. And this concludes discussions of item 4 of our agenda. We shall now take up together sub-item 5.3, Evaluation Annual Report, 5.4, Hosted Partnerships, and 5.6, Membership of the Independent Expert Oversight Advisory Committee. The relevant reports are contained in documents EB 149/5 and EB 149/5, add 1, EB 149/6, EB 149/7, EB 149/9, and EB 149/9, add 1. As you may recall, these items were also discussed by the Program, Budget and Administration Committee. I would like to draw your attention to the report of the PBAC contained in document EB 149/2. The board is invited to note the reports contained in documents EB 149/5 and EB 149/5 add 1, EB 149/6, EB 149/7, EB 149/9, and EB 149/9 add 1. The Executive Board is further invited, subject to its approval, to appoint the following 4 members to the Independent Oversight Advisory Committee for non-renewable terms as follows. Mr. Dashak Shah, Kenya, with immediate effect until 30th April 2024. Ms. Beatrice Sanz Redrado, Spain, France, for a 4-year term starting on 1st January 2022. Mr. Rob Baker, Netherlands, for a 4-year term starting on 1st January 2022. And Mr. Greg Johnson, New Zealand/Switzerland, for a 4-year term starting on 1st January 2023. The floor is now open for discussion. I would like to request that the Secretariat moderate the discussion on the virtual platform. Secretariat, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. I recognize Japan. You have the floor, please.
Thank you very much. IEOSC membership is concerned. I'm expecting some response from Secretariat for the consolidation of the board. So I would like to concentrate at this time on evaluation. First of all, Japan would like to thank Secretariat for providing this report, which articulates the progress made on WHO's extensive evaluation program. Thank you. I have 3 points. First, Japan is grateful to UPLO for the development of the regional vision for the future and for articulating a shared vision for WHO's work with member states and partners in these documents. We expect that UPLO will engage member states, including my own, in the ongoing review process. We are committed to working hand in hand with other countries in the region to address issues to be highlighted in the review. Second, as discussed in PBAC on May 20, we understand that it has not been possible to conduct country program evaluations as planned this biennium due to the travel restrictions as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. We want to reiterate that evaluation plan and time frame should be updated as soon as possible. Lastly, in accordance with the pre-establishment of the framework of engagement with non-state actors proposal review panels, we would like to reiterate that the framework should be implemented in a corporate and streamlined approach at WHO's 3 levels. And we look forward to the future evaluation on this segment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Japan. May I now invite India to be followed by the United Kingdom. India, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. The COVID-19 pandemic is an unprecedented challenge confronting the global health community for over a year and has led to deep socio-economic repercussions going beyond the health sector across the globe. It also, however, has afforded us with a historic opportunity to build and strengthen global preparedness and partnership in the arena of health and to create a reformed global health architecture. India notes the progress made by WHO in providing these hosted partnerships as a multi-stakeholder platform that have the ability to make integral contribution in terms of improved health outcomes and sustainable impact, especially in various developing nations. Chair, there has been a paradigm shift in policy formulation with the emergence of data and technology as a central aspect of public health response strategy, and COVID-19 pandemic has brought forth the importance of digital health agenda as a new normal for health service delivery. India firmly believes that hosted partnership can play a pivotal role in this area, and by working towards and fast-tracking a hosted partnership on digital health by WHO, the implementation of digital health agenda to add healthcare service delivery and achieving universal health coverage can be fast-tracked. It can also add early adoption of cutting-edge digital technology. Utilization of latest technological solutions and healthcare information system augmentation is no longer a choice but a necessity, and India would propose focus on digital technologies to ensure efficiency, effectiveness, and transparency of health service delivery. Chair, pandemic has led to grave ramifications not only for healthcare but also triggered a global mental health crisis, impacted incomes and livelihood, and disrupted global supply chain. India believes that there is an urgent need to focus on augmenting capacities for global pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response, and strengthening our ability to fight back any such pandemic in future. This highlights a critical need for an integrated and dynamic institutional platform to focus on pandemic management through a hosted partnership on pandemic management by WHO. Through an effective integration of data-driven insight for pandemic management coupled with support on diagnostic, therapeutics, and vaccine coordinated under the aegis of WHO, we may be able to manage the present and future pandemics better. Thank you.
Thank you very much, India. May I now invite the United Kingdom to be followed by Bangladesh. UK, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. Evaluation is a vital oversight and enabling pillar of the organisation. We acknowledge the WHO's important work over the past year and recognise the major pressures faced on the organisation by the pandemic. We recognise the initiatives to improve visibility and communication, whilst we welcome the focus placed on organisational learning. Learning lessons in silos is not conducive to good public health. We welcome the executive summary of the evaluation of WHO transformation, and we're pleased to have an opportunity to input into the process through the member state focus groups and surveys. The transformation agenda is a key delivery vehicle for the GPW13. It is a broad and ambitious programme with 7 work streams and 40 separate initiatives falling under the transformation umbrella. The opportunity to review at this stage and course correct as needed is therefore vital. The focus given to staff engagement in the transformation process, something the paper notes was lacking from previous reform programmes, is to be applauded. We emphasise the findings and recommendation on increasing member state engagement and welcome these, alongside the recently launched Transformation Tracker, which will go some way to keeping all stakeholders up to date to the varying elements. We also note the recommendation for revising the theory of change model and having clear milestones to report against. We would urge the Secretariat to take forward the 5 recommendations in the report. This will enable Member States and the Secretariat to work together with transparent, shared objectives and ultimately be better able to demonstrate the results on the ground at country level. We would be interested to hear the Secretariat's reflections on the report and their plans for taking the recommendations forward, particularly in the context of other strengthening processes underway, most notably through the response to the independent reviews and sustainable financing working group. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, United Kingdom. May I now invite Bangladesh to be followed by France. Bangladesh, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Mr. Chair, we appreciate WHO Secretariat for the annual evaluation report. We commend the Secretariat for delineating the progress in implementing WHO evaluation policy and its effectiveness in informing policy and decision making. We take note of the status of implementation of evaluation activities, including the organization-wide evaluation work plan for 2020 and 2021. We appreciate WHO for its efforts to demonstrate its accountability and ensure transparency. We hope that its corporate evaluation, along with support to decentralized evaluation, will be useful to creating enabling environment and ensuring better governance for the workforce. Evaluation of governance, program and activities, etc. is as such an arduous task. Naturally, this has become more challenging owing to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. We take note of the fact that country program evaluations to date this biennium have suffered a setback owing to the requirement of country visits as an essential methodological component. However, requisite adjustment may be made in future to conduct the evaluations through digital platform during this kind of unavoidable difficulty. Now the world is passing through an extraordinary time, and hence extraordinary measures are required to respond to the call of time. It is undeniable that the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic is disproportionate on the member states. So it is crucially important to take into consideration national circumstances for any evaluation or assessments. Otherwise, relevance, effectiveness, and efficiency of programmatic contribution will stand to be futile. In the current context, we are waiting for the evaluation of interagency COVID response. This will, we do believe, orchestrate the true capacities and competence of the organizations to serve the humanity during such a crying need. We are eagerly waiting for the completion of the ongoing evaluation of WHO transformation to know the status of implementation of the WHO transformation plan and architecture. To conclude, we express optimism that WHO will be able to live up to the expectations of the people of the world to secure global health. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Bangladesh. May I now invite France to be followed by Madagascar. France, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chairman. France would like to thank the evaluation of his forest report, and we support the recommendations contained therein. We would like to turn particularly to one of the recommendations which has been mentioned by others as well in exchanges with the Secretariat. And I mean how to act to transform the organization at country level. We're grateful to the Secretariat and particularly Dr. Tedros for his specific action and proposals on this matter, but we would like it not be necessary to note again next year that posts have been created at headquarters level rather than regional and local level, and that mobility is still not sufficient. Progress which has been made is laudable, but we still need to make progress on optimizing the use of resources and making sure that the organization can discharge its mission in a world that is changing very, very quickly. Since my arrival here, we have in France been supporting Dr. Tedros' reforms and will continue to do so. We note inter alia the establishment of evaluation being done in line with the work program. A lot has been attained despite the complications caused not only by the COVID-19 pandemic, but because of the decentralized structure of WHO. We urge the Secretariat to improve communication and do more awareness building among member states on what it is doing in order to achieve the general objectives which the Evaluation Office still considers are not sufficiently well defined. We'd like to know more about progress made and obstacles in the way and the cost of what is being done. Exchanges between the Secretariat and member states could, for example, be structured around each of the major recommendations, 5 of them I think there are, in exchanges which need to take place at a time that gives member states sufficient time to prepare for them. We would also like to know a little more about one of the statements made in the report to the effect that we need a global logical model on the theory of change so as to make sure that we're acting in a coherent and consistent way. I know that external evaluation of WHO reform is underway, and I hope that we can get the results of that as early as possible. We would also like to ask management exactly what is expected from an external evaluation and the cost of the external evaluation. In conclusion, we know that WHO is facing a major problem in terms of adapting and adjusting to new situations, and we are grateful for what they are doing to make sure the organization can continue to operate properly in the 21st century. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, France. May I now invite Madagascar? You have the floor, please.
Thank you, Moderator. Chairman, distinguished members of the Executive Board, ladies and gentlemen, Madagascar is honored to be speaking on behalf of the 47 member states of the African region on point 5.3 on the evaluation annual report and 5.1 on WHO transformation. We are grateful to the Secretariat for the quality of the reports it has submitted to us. Our region welcomes the progress which has been made already by the Secretariat in implementing a WHO evaluation policy which is structured on 6 issues and which is in line with the work program. Chairman, the African region welcomes the efforts which are being made to strengthen the evaluation capacity of the office and its carrying out of independent evaluation as well. We support the conclusions of external experts from WHO's various regions which have improved planning on the basis of recommendations issued at the end of evaluation procedures. The African region would like to see specific briefings and webinars held for the national and regional focal points, and that on a regular basis. Independent and institutional evaluations are essential in preparing for and responding to pandemics such as the COVID-19 pandemic, and indeed to other health emergencies, as well as to assessing humanitarian actions such as dealing with the results of the hurricane that recently hit Mozambique. We believe that we need to look at organizational questions at all levels of the organization, but we also need at the same time to look at program-related issues. We note WHO's evaluation of the procedure for electing the WHO Director General on the program against neglected tropical diseases, which has been underway since 2019, and we hope the outcome will be a roadmap for the period 2021 to 2030. We also appreciate what has been done in evaluating FENSA. The African region notes the 5 issues relating to training and learning within WHO. Management and effectiveness within the WHO African Regional Office has also been looked at, which we welcome, and we appreciate the forthcoming inauguration of the WHO Academy. As to the transformation launched in 2017 of the organization by its Director General, we hope this will give WHO greater impact at a country level, so that the triple billion goals and the health-related sustainable development goals can be duly achieved. We would particularly like to see more focused investment with appropriate resources for plans and programs. We would like to continue to be briefed on the transformation process and the role of member states within it. Chairman, the WHO African region notes the reports, and again, we thank you for them. Thank you, sir.
May I now invite Burkina Faso? You have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, moderator. Chairman, Burkina Faso has the honor of making this statement on behalf of the 47 member states of the WHO African region, and we are making it on agenda item 5.4. The African region thanks the Director General for the quality of his report, and we would like to assure you, sir, of our full support. We would also like to thank you for the quality of the report you have submitted on hosted partnerships, and that on...
Good afternoon once again, and welcome back after the health break. I would like again to hand over the chair to the moderator to take us through the next interventions, the statements from the partner states. Or member states. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I recognize the Netherlands. You have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. This is the first time that we take the floor. We want to also join others in congratulating you for this new role, and to thank India for having chaired us greatly in the last year. The Netherlands thanks the Evaluation Office for their reports. The work is crucial for the growth and learning capabilities of the organization, and which is necessary to improve the impact of WHO and achieve the triple billion agenda. We want to zoom in specifically on the evaluation of the WHO transformation that was kicked off to support the implementation of the general program of work. We appreciate how this introduced a clear orientation to results-based working, and it is good to read that staff experiences show that they feel better valued and heard. We do note, however, that many of the concerns the member states have expressed from the beginning of the transformation program are still being raised in this report. We reiterate our concern for the lack of clear metrics for measuring and reporting on the outcome level results, and perceived cumbersome monitoring reports on outputs of little practical use. While we warmly welcome the 5 recommendations and would support the introduction of a theory of change, even retroactively, we would in addition appreciate your views on a possible simplification of monitoring methods and metrics. We look forward to the Secretariat's response and suggestions for follow-up. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, the Netherlands. I see no further requests for the floor, Chair. Thank you.
As the Secretariat to respond to any questions raised, starting with the Regional Director, Euro. RD Euro, you have the floor.
Dear Chair, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends. WHO's hosted partnership model symbolizes the vision and principles underpinning the European Programme of Work 2020-2025, United Action for Better Health, promoting and developing joint collaboration across organizations and disciplines to assist member states in achieving better health outcomes and better performing health systems. Today, I am particularly proud to bring your attention to the invaluable work of the European Observatory on Health Systems and Policies located in Brussels. It's the only regionally hosted partnership globally. The Observatory provides scientifically sound and open access evidence to inform and support policymakers in over 53 member states. Through a broad international network of policy experts and researchers, the Observatory analyzes health system dynamics and the impact of health policies. As a trusted knowledge broker, it bridges between science and policy, directly engaging decision makers and tailoring evidence to their needs contextually. This is reflected in its governance structure, where WHO and the European Commission, national and regional health authorities, as well as academia, jointly agree on research priorities and action. The Observatory's agile model made it possible to swiftly revise priorities when COVID-19 hit in early 2020. And I'll give you two examples. At our request, joined by the European Commission, the Observatory started to collect evidence on country responses, both in terms of containing the spread and mitigating the impact on health systems. The findings were immediately shared on an online platform, the COVID-19 Health Systems Response Monitor, of which I'm very proud. Supporting the Pan-European Commission on Health and Sustainable Development, the Monti Commission, tasked with rethinking policy priorities in the light of pandemics, the Observatory collects, collates and analyzes scientific evidence through a scientific advisory board. Since its creation in 1998, the Observatory has inspired similar initiatives in other regions, with the Asia-Pacific Observatory on Health Systems and Policies in India and the North American Observatory on Health Systems and Policy in Canada. The African region is currently exploring establishing an African Observatory. That speaks volumes and is a strong recognition of the model and a testimony to the pioneering work and successes of the Observatory. My special appreciation to its director, Dr. Josep Figueras, with his right hand, Suzy Lesov, as well as the co-directors, Professor Martin McKee of the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, Professor Elias Mosialos from the London School of Economics and Political Science, and Professor Reinhard Busse from the Technical University in Berlin. Thank you.
Thanks, RD Euro. I will now give the floor to Dr. L.L. Ranganathan. Dr. L.L., you have the floor.
Chair, thank you very much for
you very much, Chair. At least I'm now awake. Thank you very much for the floor, and thank you very much, Member States who provided your comments, and thanks a lot for your broad support to the work of the Evaluation Office and evaluation in general in WHO. We take note of your comments and suggestions. I have 5 points that I want to address. The first one is in relation to some of the comments and suggestions in relation to evaluations with a country focus. As we had noted in our report, there are delays in this because of the travel restrictions and also the nature of work that is necessary in order for us to do those kind of evaluations. We take on board your recommendations and suggestions to do this as soon as possible. We will update you as soon as we have a good sense of how we're going to proceed with that. And we also take note of the comment made by one of the member states in terms of starting to use digital and other innovative methods to try and get this evaluation type going. The second one is in relation to following up recommendations, organizational learning, having an influence on policy and decision making. We have presented information in this regard to you. We also take note that you want to have webinars and briefings to support this, both for member states and also internally for staff. The third one is in relation to transformation. Once again, thanks for recognizing the work that was done in the transformation evaluation. As mentioned by the DG at the PBAC, Secretariat is taking this work forward, and the senior advisor for organizational change will respond to that. But what I wanted to tell you is that the evaluation office is working closely with the transformation team in order to make sure that the management response to this evaluation is prepared in a timely manner and would be put up on our website as soon as it's done. Maybe a point of clarification to France. France referred to an external evaluation. In fact, this is the evaluation. It's an independent evaluation which we commissioned to an external team. So there's no additional evaluation that's going to come up. It's just this evaluation that was done by an evaluation external team. The fourth thing is what we've heard in the PBAC, but also raised by some of the member states here, that there's expectations to see the outcome of the evaluation of the integration of gender equity and human rights. We expect that evaluation to be completed in the next 2-3 months, and it'll be made public on our website. And finally, a comment from Japan today, and we heard that during the PBAC as well, the request from member states to be consulted as the WIPRO region does its review of the regional vision, and we'll make sure that our colleagues in WIPRO are made aware of that. Chair, I hope I've responded to the questions and comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Lil. I now give the floor to Dr. Bruce Howard. Dr. Bruce, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, honourable delegates, members of the board, ladies and gentlemen. We appreciate the strong support for the transformation, the recognition of the progress made so far, and especially the importance of the transformation to taking forward the mission of the organization, and especially GBW 13. We heard in particular today the appreciation for the recognition given to the engagement of staff, and I'd just like to highlight again what a priority that aspect of the transformation has been for the Director General, the regional directors, the DPMs in the regions, the WRs, and of course the ADGs and senior staff here at headquarters. In terms of the recommendations from the evaluation, we heard in particular the emphasis on the outcome-based milestones, which is indeed a priority for the Director General, the regional directors, and ourselves going forward, and making sure that that underpins the theory of change, which has been at the heart of the transformation. We heard as well, of course, the importance of more regularly communicating with our member states as we go forward, ensuring you're fully engaged, and then, of course, prioritizing those changes that are going to drive impact and results at country level. So we heard those very clearly.
Going forward, we were also asked as to how we would incorporate now the findings from not just this evaluation, but the major reviews, the IAPPPR, the IHR review, and others, as well as the work on sustainable financing. So as we look going forward, we're in the process now of putting together the management response to the evaluation, as Elil highlighted. That will be published on the web, of course, and if possible, we'll try to see if we can incorporate and work with Elil for the member state briefing on the evaluation to also include our thinking on the management response and the actions that lie behind it. There was a specific question as to our position on the 5 recommendations. We thought they were incredibly helpful, constructive, and across all of the sub-elements as well, and are working right across those. I think there was a question as to whether or not we could test any, and definitely not. We thought this was all quite helpful as we move forward. So also on the member state briefing, as I mentioned. And then finally on that issue of the broader reviews, etc., we are looking now, because there will also be a external audit of the transformation in the coming months, and we're looking at bringing all that together for a stock take with the organization, perhaps in the 3rd quarter, then to map out as we go forward, not just the response to these recommendations of the evaluation, but the others issues that arise from the other reviews. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Bruce. As I see no further comments, thank you. I will now give the floor to Mr. Raul Thomas to make his intervention. Mr. Thomas, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to respond to a question from Japan about the geographic and the gender in terms of the IUAC membership. And they specifically asked about the sequencing of the appointments to the IUAC to address the geographical. And essentially, we could accomplish this through, if we look at the action by the EB to change Mr. Darshak Shah to Mr. Greg Johnson with immediate effect from 30 April 2024, and paragraph C to change Mr. Rob Becker from to Darshak Shah for a 4-year term starting on 1 January 2022, and D to change Mr. Greg Johnson to Mr. Rob Becker from New Zealand for a 4-year term starting on 1 January 2023, and that would address some of the geographical imbalance, because we would then have 3 regions represented in the initial, going forward until 2023. So again, under 5A, it would be Greg Johnson with immediate effect until 30 April 2024. B would remain the same, Ms. Beatriz Sanz Rodrado from Spain, France, starting on 1 January 2022. C, Mr. Darshak Shah from Kenya for a 4-year term starting on 1 January 2022. And D, Mr. Rob Becker from the Netherlands for a 4-year term. And if the committee is in agreement with that, Chair, that would then address the concerns expressed by Japan. And then the other piece would be around how do we continue to increase our outreach or improve our outreach to ensure that we have candidates applying from multiple regions. And I have to say that we did this time publish in numerous journals, and we did have, as you see in the documentation, 165 applicants that crossed all the regions. In the shortlisting process, we came down from 20 to 8. And what the committee could also consider is when the PBAC is proposing its revised terms of reference, that it look at the membership. And I think that was the other thing that Japan raised was, could we potentially look at the number of IUAC members to address geographical and gender? And as you can see, with this proposal that's going forward, if the EB approves it, we would have 1 female member of the IUAC, and we would hope that in subsequent rounds we would increase the number of female representation there. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Thomas, I would request you to repeat the change in the dates for the Secretariat to be able to record the proceedings appropriately.
Would you like me to do that now, Chair?
Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. So under 5A, it would be Mr. Greg Johnson from New Zealand/Switzerland with immediate effect until 30 April 2024. B would remain the same, Ms. Beatriz Sanz Redrado from Spain, France, for a 4-year term starting on 1 January 2022. C would be Mr. Darshak Shaw from Kenya for a 4-year term starting on 1 January 2022. And D would be Mr. Rob Becker from Netherlands for a 4-year term starting on 1 January 2023. Is that over to you, Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Thomas, for that clarification. As I see no further comments, I take it that the board wishes to appoint the 4 members of the Independent Expert Oversight Advisory Committee as recommended by the PBAC. As read out by Mr. Thomas on the floor.
Is it something for me, Chair? I didn't hear, sorry, no.
I see no objection, it is so decided. May I take it that the board wishes to note the reports as recommended by the PBAC and concurs with the proposed guidance? I see no objection, it is so decided. And this concludes the board's consideration of agenda sub-items 5.3, 5.4, and 5.6. We shall now turn to item 5.1, WHO reform. The report by the Director General on written statements, guidelines for member states is contained in document EB 149/3. Paragraph 3 of the report contains a draft decision for consideration by the Executive Board. The Board may wish to consider that the said guidelines be henceforth applied to written statements relating to sessions of the EB submitted by member states. Furthermore, with a view to ensuring a consistent approach between the governing bodies, the board may wish to consider recommending to the Health Assembly the adoption of the same decision with respect to written statements submitted by member states in connection with Health Assembly sessions. The floor is now open for discussion. I would like to request that the Secretariat moderate the discussion on the virtual platform. Secretariat, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. We understand that the delegation of Kenya would be making a statement on behalf of the African region, although we don't have Kenya raising their hand in the platform. We'll respectfully ask the delegate who will be making the statement to do so, so we may proceed to give them the floor. Kenya, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Kenya is making a statement on item 5.1 and on behalf of the 47 member states of the WHO African region. The African region appreciates the Secretariat's work on the implementation of the decision EB 146 into brackets 17 of the Executive Board on the trialing of guidelines for written statements submitted by member states, and takes note of the Director General's report on the use of the guidelines to this session of the Executive Board. We further appreciate the dedicated WHO website for posting of written statements for sessions of the World Health Assembly and Executive Board, as well as the separation of written statements from oral interventions during governance body meetings, which provides a platform for enhanced dialogue and sharing of country and regional experience on agenda items. We also welcome the confirmation of the status of written statements as not replacing or supplementing the official records of the relevant meetings of the WHO governing bodies. We take note of the guidance on the content of written statements and strongly support the call for the respect to other member states and exclusion of any offensive language in drafting of the written statements. In conclusion, Chair, we support the adoption of the revised guidelines for written statements and request the Executive Board to consider the inclusion of formal procedures for raising and handling of potential complaints to written statements. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Kenya. May I now invite India? You have the floor, please. India, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. The board is currently collectively engaged
in India
in managing COVID-19.
Could I kindly ask you to position yourself well so we may hear your intervention, please? We seem to have a problem with your bandwidth. We are not able to hear you clearly. May I suggest that you position yourself slightly from your where you are to be able to speak. If we cannot hear you, we would come back to you, but please give it a second go.
Thank you, Chair. The board is currently collectively engaged in managing COVID-19 pandemic for last more than 1 year. COVID-19 has made the need for a robust and adaptable pandemic management system and global governance pandemic partnership layer obviously. Here, India believes that it is important to
distinguished delegates of
equitable access.
Once again, I think we'll have to come back to you. If you will indulge me, I'll move to the next speaker and then we'll come back. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Canada, you have the floor, please. Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry for the technical difficulty. First, I would like to take this opportunity, as it is the first time we take the floor today, to congratulate you, Chair, for your nomination, and we would really like to thank India for their leadership over the last very difficult year in navigating through their governing bodies. On this issue, Canada recognizes the value of written statements as a way for member states to provide additional information to complement their oral statements. For Canada, in the past, we have taken advantage of the written statement page as a way to post the text of our oral statements. We think this is a good practice for transparency reasons, as it allows interested parties to see the text of our statements before official records from governing bodies are available. Currently, it appears that some member states also submit the written text of their oral statement, while others share additional information that complements their oral interventions. These statements are all posted on the same website without differentiation. We find that mixing these two purposes on the governing body's website can lead to confusion, as it could be unclear to the reader which member states are posting the unofficial text of their oral statements and which are posting additional complementary information. We are interested in whether it would be feasible for the Secretariat to separate the pages in two sections, one for each purpose, with member states indicating upon sharing their statement with the Secretariat which section it should appear in. This might provide some additional needed clarity and incentivize the submission of written statements further. In both cases, of course, the guidelines would continue to apply, including the recognition of the written statements themselves do not form part of the official record of the meeting. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Canada. We will go back to India. You have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. The board is currently collectively engaged in managing COVID-19 pandemic for last more than 1 year, 5 months. COVID-19 has made the need for a robust and adaptable pandemic management system and global health governance structure. Chair, India believes that it is important to ensure equitable access to diagnostic, therapeutics, and vaccine. However,
I'm afraid the problem still persists. Interpreters are struggling to interpret. May I respectfully suggest that we move on and we'll come back to you. And if I may, perhaps you'd like to slightly adjust your sitting arrangement so you can get a better internet feed. With that, I would move to the Syrian Arab Republic and then we'll come back to you. Syrian Arab Republic, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, moderator. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Chairman, we are grateful for the opportunity to discuss this issue, and we discussed it at the 146th session of the EB. We also have some comments and questions about the guidelines. We see that the guidelines don't refer to the right of reply. For instance, a written right of reply, and that was mentioned in a previous draft, which we had seen. We believe that the Director General submitted that draft, and I do think that that is an aspect that should be contained in the revised guidelines. We should take into account the fact that there isn't a standard mechanism throughout international organizations that were referred to in the examples. And it would be a good idea to have standard language that could be used in that respect. Chairman, we've also read that statements cannot be accepted after closure of the Assembly or the EP. And I think that that is extremely strict. I would like to see more flexibility in that regard, so that delegations could have, for instance, 2 working days after closure, during which they could submit the written text. I also have a question, and that is, would it be possible to send documents in that could be considered as official submissions that we do, as we do in other conferences. Thank you.
The go with India and hope we have a better outcome this time. India, please, you have the floor. India, you have the floor. Unfortunately, we are unable to connect with India. I see no further requests for the floor. Chair, I yield to you. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no more requests for the floor, I shall ask the Secretariat to respond to the questions raised. And at this time, I would like to give the floor to Derek to make first response.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to those of you who have commented on this paper and the guidelines on written statements, which you've been applying for the last year and a half on a trial basis, and in accordance with what was requested a year and a half ago, have now come back to you for a decision on whether to apply them on an ongoing basis from now on. There were a couple of questions that I do want to address. In particular, the Syrian Arab Republic asked about the right of reply. And I think this was also part of what the Kenyan delegation was raising in respect to how one could make a complaint against a written statement. You may remember when this was discussed a year and a half ago, one of the issues that was raised was exactly that. Should there be a mechanism for having a right of reply? And it was not included in the final version that you adopted in the EB for a number of reasons. One of them was that you decided that these statements would not be part of the official record, and so in the absence of something being part of the official record, there is no strict need for rights of reply to be made. So there was a correlation between the two. We'll keep it out of the official record, and therefore we don't need to have rights of reply. The other point was that it was very difficult to construct a system that would work well for dealing with rights of reply, which would necessarily take place sometime after the closure of the relevant session, and you could end up with a system where there were rights of reply and responses to rights of reply several weeks after the closure of a session, which would have the effect of prolonging the debate in the governing body so that one would never know when the debate was finally closed, which would cause some confusion. And we also did some research and found out that there were a few other international organizations that provided for a post facto right of reply to written statements. So that's why it wasn't included. If you wish to include it, it would mean a fairly significant revision to the text, and I think you would need to find a mechanism for taking that forward. The Syrian Arab Republic also raised the question about could we extend the deadline for statements being made. The Syrian Arab Republic is absolutely right that under paragraph 4, the deadline for submitting statements is the closure of the relevant session of the Health Assembly or Executive Board, respectively. And that's important to ensure, again, that the debate doesn't extend beyond the time of the governing body itself. If we did anything beyond that, if we allowed statements to be submitted after that, one could end up with a situation where one wasn't sure at the closure of the debate whether everything that had been raised was going to be raised had been raised. That's not to say you couldn't make a decision otherwise. You could, if you wished to amend the text to provide for a 2 days period of grace, for example, as I think Syrian Arab Republic suggested. That would need an amendment to paragraph 4 if you wish to go down that route. But as I say, the reason that it wasn't included previously was to provide closure of the whole debate when the governing body itself closes. With that, I think those are the questions that I'm in a position to ask, and perhaps, Mr. Chair, I might suggest that we ask the Secretary of the meeting to supplement with some additional items. Thank you.
Thank you, Derek, for your intervention. I would like now to give the floor to Tim, the Secretary of the meeting, to be able to provide further clarity.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks to Member States for those questions and suggestions in relationship to written statements. I'd like to pick up the suggestion that Canada made in relationship to the potential for differentiating between those statements which Member States submit, which are a reflection of the oral statement which is being delivered as part of the meeting, and those statements which contain additional information. I certainly think we can be very happy to look at that. I think it can make some sense in regards of being create a greater understanding for Member States, and frankly the Secretariat as well, in relationship to the nature of the materials being submitted. Now, I recall that one of the reasons that Member States indicated that there would be a preference for providing additional documentation was in response to speaking times being reduced through some of our processes where we were managing very heavy agendas and very short timelines. So with that, Canada, I'd like to come back and say, yes, we will certainly look at that, look at what is feasible from a logistical point of view, discuss with our legal colleagues any legal implications, and she'll come back to you at a further meeting. With that, I hand the floor back to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. As I see no more comments, I take it that the board wishes to take note of the report. Syria Arab Republic, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We'd asked another question. We had asked whether it was possible to respond to the request made by some countries if countries wanted to send certain documents for them to be treated as official documents. This is a normal practice in other organizations and other bodies.
Derek, please have the floor to respond to that particular intervention.
Thank you, and I'm sorry if I missed that question previously. I think what the Syrian Arab Republic is referring to is a practice that takes place in some other UN bodies, in particular the United Nations itself, where it's possible for a member state to submit a document to the Secretariat, and the Secretariat circulates that to the membership as an official document with the organization's logo on. WHO does not have such a practice. We don't have it in our rules of procedure, and it's not a practice that the organization uses. So we do not circulate member state documents as official WHO documents. It would be quite a procedural change to the way the organization operates to do that, and I would suggest that it's perhaps not part of this agenda item where we're talking about submission of written statements to go on the website. I think what is being suggested is adopting a practice which is used in other organizations. It would have implications, I think, to how the Secretariat operates as well as to how the organization carries out its work, and I think it would need some consideration before such a proposal was taken forward. So perhaps I might invite the Syrian Arab Republic to perhaps engage with the Secretariat to discuss that further, but I think a proposal would need to be made perhaps under a different agenda item on another occasion to take that matter forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. As I see no more comments, I take it the board wishes to take note of the report. Is the board now ready to adopt the draft decision contained in paragraph 3 of document EB 149/3 to the effect that the guidelines contained in the annex to the document EB 149/3 shall henceforth be applied to written statements relating to sessions of the Executive Board submitted by Member States, and recommend to the Health Assembly the adoption of the same decision with respect to written statements submitted by Member States in connection with Health Assembly sessions. I see no objection. The decision is therefore adopted. This concludes our consideration of sub-item 5.1. We shall now consider sub-item 5.2, process for the election of the Director General of the World Health Organization. Under this sub-item, there are 2 reports by the Secretariat for consideration by the Board. The first report by the Secretariat is contained in document EB 149/4. The Board is invited to note this report and to consider a draft decision contained in paragraph 11 of the document on the dates of the candidates' forums and the modalities of the first one, as well as on the clarifications related to the nomination phase during the 150th session of the Board. The financial and administrative implications of this decision, should it be adopted, are contained in document EB 149/4-3. The floor is now open for discussion. I would like to request that the Secretariat moderate the discussion on the virtual platform. Secretariat, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I recognize the Syrian Arab Republic to be followed by Rwanda. Syrian Arab Republic, you have the floor, please.
Thanks once again. Chair, please forgive me for asking for the floor again. But our connection was interrupted, and we're not sure whether the document on 5.1 has been adopted or not. Our connection was interrupted, so we don't know what the result was there.
If I may, the Chair, the Board adopted the document on 5.1, and we've now moved to 5.2.
Please forgive me, but we did have some comments to make regarding the previous document and written statements and the right of reply. All that subject matter. We had further comments to make on that item.
Very well. I will have to defer to the Chair on that, and we will come back.
अडॉप्ट हो गया, अब क्या उसमें बोलेंगे। वही छोटी सी बच्ची सी लग रही है।
छोटी
हैं?
इंसिस्ट कर रही थी,
हैं?
इंसिस्ट कर रही थी मेरा पॉइंट प्लीज बता।
लीगल एडवाइस ले रहे होंगे ये लोग। They should say that you can send your this thing in writing, we'll put it in the record.
Thank you, Syrian Arab Republic. I want to assure you that the comments you had already made will be included in the final report, but you could also send written comments or statements if you have anything in addition to what was discussed in the agenda item. And finally, the floor is still open in future meetings. You could be able to submit any other information that is required. But as for now, that agenda item has been adopted and the matter is closed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The connection was interrupted. However, the connection was interrupted and we couldn't adopt this decision officially, just as the extension of the guiding principles until the next session. So to be able to debate over this matter would be a good thing, after which the proper decision could be made.
Thank you. Given the unusual circumstances with Syria Arab Republic connection drop down, I'll give you 1 minute to make additional points, but I'll not be ready to open up a closed decision that we have already adopted. Syria Arab Republic, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We'd already mentioned that we wanted to extend the deadline for the implementation of the new guidelines until the next session of the EB. That was the proposal that we wanted to make earlier.
WHO, Tedros. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Rwanda has the honor to take the floor on behalf of the WHO African region on the agenda item 5.2, process of election of the Director General of the World Health Organization. Africa member states are in agreement with the proposed selection process in two candidate forums in alignment with Rule 62 of the Rules of Procedures of the Executive Board. We are also in agreement with the proposed timelines for the two forums, interview modalities, and detailed as detailed in the annexed document, and the support to candidates attending 150 session of the EB for interviews, shortlisting, and nomination processes. Considering the challenge related to COVID-19 pandemic, where travels and physical meeting might be limited, the African region commends the contingency arrangement proposed, the level of detail provided, and none notes of submitted reports, commends the Secretariat for the quality of the work, and support proposed board decisions as follows. 1. In the event that the 150 session of the Executive Board were to be held in person, a secret ballot vote for the nomination of Director General would be conducted following a paper-based system in accordance with Decision EB 146. And number 2, in the event that limitation to physical meetings preclude the holding of the 150 session of the Executive Board as a visit, the nomination of candidates for the position of Director General shall take place in accordance with the contingency arrangement decided by the Executive Board through a written silence procedure based on a proposal by officials of the Board following consultation with all member states. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Excuse me. Thank you very much, Rwanda. May I now invite France? You have the floor, please.
Merci, Monsieur la France remercie le secrétariat de l'OMS pour son travail.
Thank the Secretariat of WHO for identifying the different election procedures for the next DG with a view to having an honest and secret vote in 2022. The current health context has made the UN system have to review its methods of work. Meetings and so forth have multiplied themselves. We need to make sure we guarantee the broadest possible participation, to make sure we uphold the principles of multilateralism. The interpreter apologizes, the connection is choppy. We cannot interpret.
France, please proceed.
Current health context has made the UN system have to review its methods of work. Meetings and virtual events have multiplied, and distance solutions have the advantage of expanding participation and broadening the scope of democracy. We managed to continue our work. However, there are also challenges with respect to the quality of our exchanges as well as for the principles of UN democracy. It's true. Technical solutions have not been developed when it comes to cybersecurity, and we see it even here today that there are still very basic technical challenges when it comes to sound quality and interpretation. The UNGA, in its decision that a physical meeting needs to remain the gold standard. The current technology does not allow for secret ballots, because we need to make sure we preserve confidentiality, and the financial consequences are worth mentioning as well. And the current setup does not guarantee confidentiality in our vote. However, thankfully, there are other solutions, and we've seen them in other settings. We've respected health recommendations when it came to a nominal vote, and we can do this on different in different time zones, as took place in Montreal and New York, among other places, to make sure we have a system that is protected from fraud. A physical meeting is the best way forward. France shares the opinion of the Bureau, as the Bureau indicated, that a digital solution is unlikely to be fruitful and complicated. Therefore, we would urge for a physical meeting and a secret ballot. Thank you.
Thank you very much, France. I see no further requests for the floor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. If there are no more comments, I take it that the board takes note of the report contained in document EB 149/4. Is the board now ready to adopt the draft decision contained in paragraph 11 of document EB 149/4? I see no objection. The decision is therefore adopted. The second report by the Secretariat is contained in document EB 149/4, add 1. Paragraph 31 of this document contains a draft decision inviting the board to consider establishing a process for determining which of the contingency arrangements set out in this report should be pursued in the event that limitations to physical meetings preclude the holding of the 150th session of the Executive Board in person. The financial and administrative implications of this draft decision, should it be adopted, are contained in document EB 149/4, add 2. The floor is now open for discussion. I would like to request that the Secretariat moderate the discussion on the virtual platform. Secretariat, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I do not presently see any request for the floor. However, I'll give it a few seconds, and if there's not, I'll yield the floor back to you, Chair. I understand Malaysia will be speaking under this agenda item. Chair, I understand Malaysia will be speaking under agenda item 5.5. In that case, there's no request for the floor. I yield back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. If there are no more comments, I take it the board takes notes of the report contained in document EB 149/4-1. Is the board now ready to adopt the draft decision contained in paragraph 31 of the document EB 149/4-1? I see no objection. The decision is therefore adopted. This concludes our consideration of sub-item 5.2. Let us now turn to sub-item 5.5, committees of the Executive Board, filling of vacancies. A report by the Secretariat contained in document EB 149/8 presents a table showing the members who will remain on the Executive Board following the 74th World Health Assembly in May 2021 and the vacancies to be filled on each committee. It also deals with the appointment of representatives of the board, the 75th World Health Assembly, and the appointment of the ex-officio members of the Program Budget and Administration Committee of the Executive Board. Document EB 149/8-1 shows my proposals for filling these vacancies. Let us consider each committee separately. There are 7 vacancies to be filled on the Program Budget and Administration Committee, which is composed of 14 members, 2 from each region, and selected from among board members, plus the chairman and vice chairman of the board ex officio. Does the board agree with my proposals as contained in paragraph 2 of document EB 149/8-1? I see no objection. It is so decided. There is 1 vacancy to be filled on the foundation committees. Does the board agree with the proposal put forward in document EB 149/8-1? I see no objection. It is so decided. Let's now consider the representatives of the Executive Board at the 75th World Health Assembly. I should like to propose that the board be represented by the chair and the first 3 chairs. If any of them is not available for the Health Assembly, the other vice chair and or the rapporteur could be asked to represent the board. Does the board agree to this proposal? I see no objection. It is so decided. This concludes our consideration Malaysia, I'm told Malaysia wants to take the floor. Malaysia, you have the floor.
Honorable Dr. Tedros, Director General of WHO, Member of Executive Board, Member States and Observers, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed an honor for Malaysia to serve the Executive Board member for the Western Pacific region and attending the 149th Executive Board session. I take this opportunity to extend my deepest gratitude to all the leaders and people of the member states for their support. We aspire to be the voice of the Western Pacific region in championing regional priorities and agenda for the greater well-being. Malaysia previously served as an executive board member thrice. With boundless gratitude for the confidence placed in us, Malaysia shall do its very best for the region to ensure the health plan and vision by our Regional Director, Dr. Takashi Kasai, become a success. Malaysia, as an advocate for safe surgery, call upon the WHO to prioritize on the global effort toward making safe and affordable surgery part of global health agenda. I truly believe this action gives rise to member states of the region to move forward in strengthening and redesigning surgical system through a broader prospect tailored to each nation in order to face the health challenges tomorrow. In managing pandemic, Malaysia has always strongly advocated public health measures in curbing the spread of COVID-19. The fundamental basis of this would be public health preparedness, active surveillance, contact tracing, and constantly reminding our public to adhere to the standard operating procedure. One of Malaysia's latest innovations that have emerged through this pandemic is we developed hotspot identification for dynamic engagement, HIDE, a big data analytic and AI system. The access to the COVID-19 vaccine as well as other drugs for the treatment of COVID-19 positive patients are essential. Malaysia take note of the proposal from India and South Africa for a full waiver from certain provision of the TRIPS agreement for the prevention, containment and treatment of COVID-19. Alternatively, if this is not possible, government should be allowed to exercise utilizing compulsory license for any public health concerns under the TRIPS agreement. It will be beneficial since it will create competitive market pricing and hence can lower the price for all related products including medicines. I believe as a region we can be driven together to focus on addressing this issue through strategic partnerships in health sector as guided by the operational shift of the GPW13 to achieve the well-set target including the Sustainable Development Goal. With that note, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Malaysia. Chair, there are no further requests for the floor.
Thank you, Secretariat. Therefore, does the board agree to this proposal? I see no objection. It is so decided. That concludes our consideration of Agenda Sub-Item 5.5. Let us now proceed to item 6.1 of our agenda, statement by the representative of the WHO Staff Associations. We shall hear the statement by the representative of the WHO Staff Associations, which is contained in document EB 149/INF/1 before you. As you may recall, this item was also discussed by the Program, Budget and Administration Committee. I would like to draw your attention to the report of the PBAC contained in document EB 149/2, paragraphs 33 to 37. I would now like to invite the President of the WHO Staff Association to deliver the statement. Ms. Catherine Kirorei Kosini, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. So, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members of the Executive Board, Dr. Tedros, our Director General, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues. I am honored to read this statement on behalf of the staff of WHO, Pan-American Health Organization, International Agency for Research on Cancer, and UNAIDS, all representing over 9,000 staff within the UN common system. Throughout past years, we have brought many issues to your attention through our statements. In our written statement, we have highlighted progress and achievements that we have had to date. I take this opportunity to thank management for their collaboration and support in the past years. But in this verbal statement, we would like to mention some areas that still remain of concern and high priority to staff of WHO. The staff associations representing all the WHO staff works and collaborates with management in the aim of bringing solutions that are good not only for staff, but also for the organization. Therefore, it is very important for each WHO major office to enable collaboration between their respective staff associations and senior management. At headquarters, the Staff Association has the full support and direct line of communication with the Director General, with Assistant Director General for Business Operations, and with Director for HR. We strongly encourage for the same practice of collaboration to be extended to our regional staff associations who may still be struggling to have a better work relationship with their management. Staff associations committee members are colleagues who primarily have their own have their own area of work. Serving in the committee brings to them additional areas of work and priorities that are not necessarily appearing in their terms of reference or post descriptions. Their work in the staff committee is entirely voluntary. In order for them to serve and to provide the required support of the WHO workforce, it is very essential to work more, for them to work more efficiently and effectively with the management and with the administration. It is clear that there is a need for an organizational-wide policy of dedicated support to the staff associations, including the provision of adequate release time for elected committee members from their regular duties in order to allow them to perform their functions. In previous statements, we have called for your support and that of management to ensure that each regional office has a dedicated full-time ombudsman. Currently, this is not the case in all regions. We are concerned that using members of the management or administration to work as ombudspersons represents a clear conflict of interest, and this will have a detrimental impact as the staff already performing other duties at 100% may not be able to give their full attention to the issues raised by staff. We are hopeful, therefore, that this situation will be rectified in the very near future with the recruitment of full-time ombudspersons for the regions that currently do not have this important service. We are thankful that management supported the creation of the Mental Health Committee at headquarters. However, this new body should not replace the Health, Safety and Wellbeing Committee. As WHO is the preeminent global agency for health, it is important to reinstate the Health, Safety and Wellbeing Committee, which has been defuncted since 2018. Dr. Tedros, we have included this item in the agenda of the meeting we will have with you this coming Friday, and hope that together, as usual, we will find a way forward. In the last statement to the EB, we requested an evaluation of the transformation by an external party. We appreciate the inclusion of this evaluation in the 2020 and 2021 biennial evaluation work plan, which was approved by the executive board at its 146th session. We have been informed that an executive summary of this report has been presented to this EB in an addendum to the evaluation annual report. We are confident that the executive board will take into consideration the recommendations provided in that evaluation and endorse provisions that they are promptly implemented with an agreed time frame. We are grateful that management have developed as a result of discussions in the Flexible Working Arrangements Task Force and a task force that Staff Association played an active role in, a provisional policy on flexible working arrangements that will be applicable until December 2021. This provisional policy will help respond to the continuous questions received from staff as we continue to work remotely. At the 148th EB session, we had indicated the need to reinstate the quarterly meetings of the Global Staff Management Council. I am pleased to confirm that these have now been reinstated, and we thank the Department of Human Resources for having taken note of our request and having taken action. Dr. Tedros, WHO's workforce are thankful that 2021 has been declared the year of the WHO workforce. Building a more respectful working environment. For us, it is truly, for us to truly be one WHO, we need to speak as one voice and recognize that the most valuable asset of any organization is indeed its workforce. In this regard, we are very grateful for the town hall you held with staff on Tuesday 18, and this sets the tone and shows that staff, your commitment to this theme and to them. We look forward to other such town halls and hope that we can use this platform to respond to the many questions from staff. In the same context, we are hopeful that we shall soon see an introduction of a comprehensive, impartial, and obligatory 360 degrees performance management system, as has been requested in several past statements of the staff associations. The staff associations are willing to rediscuss this issue at the next Global Staff Management meeting. With regard to the internal system, we have continuously raised concerns in this area. We need an internal justice system that is well functional and able to deliver in a timely manner. We need a system that all staff have confidence in. We have on several occasions said that justice delayed is indeed justice denied. We, the members of the WHO workforce around the world, were dismayed to read in the recent media reports on allegations of sexual exploitation and sexual abuse during the Ebola response in the Democratic Republic of Congo. With the required resources in place, like funding, human resources, tracking, and accountability systems, etc., incidents such as this would have been rapidly investigated, and more importantly, support would have been provided immediately to the women and children affected. We have faith that the organization will deliver a swift, firm action to ensure that justice is served in a fair and timely manner. We applaud the creation of the independent commission, and like many other states have already commented, hope that this body shall act in acceptable speed to conclude investigations and report back to the member states and to the organization. This should be common practice for all investigations concerning allegations of wrongdoing by members of the WHO workforce, and we stand strongly in solidarity with victims of sexual exploitation and sexual abuse. This being said, we however strongly condemn the media reports which involve publishing of names of WHO personnel and their comments made in WHO internal meetings. These were published without their consent and without context. We are concerned that this will contribute to a distrustful environment in which colleagues may begin to feel uncomfortable to speak out during internal meetings when their voice counts towards improving the way in which we work. We value any possibility where we are able to contribute in making our organization the employer of choice and an ideal place of work. When misconduct on the part of members of the WHO workforce goes unaddressed and is not dealt with swiftly, transparently, and rapidly, the reputation of the organization is damaged. The hard work to restore the positive image of our organization falls then back to our global workforce, including our management. To this end, we stand in solidarity with our colleagues around the world who have worked tirelessly on the Ebola response in the DRC these last years, and in fact, with all our colleagues who work in hardship stations and in dangerous areas to serve the vulnerable and bring health to all the points of the world. Their continued commitment under the most difficult circumstances make us all proud to work for WHO and to be part of the WHO family. Thank you.
Thank you. representative of the WHO staff associations. The floor is now open for discussion. I would like to request that the Secretariat moderate the discussion on the virtual platform. Secretariat, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I recognize France. You have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Moderator. Thank you, Chair. France welcomes mobilization of WHO staff at headquarters, in regional offices and in the field, and we recognize all that they have done, especially since the onset of the pandemic. We wish to pay tribute to all WHO staff. WHO transformation, we know, involves change that can often be difficult. It involves change that may cause concern for the staff. But without the staff, without their contribution, without their cooperation, no change can truly be effective. So we want to thank the staff, and we want to say that support for the WHO staff is vital for all of us, and certainly my country recognises that. We know that action in the field means that WHO staff are often exposed to risk, not only health risk, and we know that the pandemic has involved an enormous burden of work for the vast majority of the staff. We must pay tribute to them. And as has been said by the representative of the staff associations and by the Director General, that tribute is being paid to them, and we recognise that this is the year of the workforce. We therefore support the proposal that a fair system be established, a 360 degrees management system. This kind of system is used in many French institutions, for instance in the Quai d'Orsay, the Foreign Office, and we find that it's a very good system because it means that everyone assesses everyone else that they work with, and it's very profoundly democratic. We also wish to state that we believe that internal justice is an area that we must keep a very close eye on. This is certainly referred to in the report from the representative of the WHO staff associations, and it was also referred to in the external auditor's report. WHO needs to be exemplary in this area. We need investigations to be fair, carried out in a reasonable time frame, in a respectful way that allows everyone to appeal. And this has to be the case for all WHO staff, not only those at headquarters. Chair and Madam Chair of the WHO staff associations. WHO, like any other organisation, needs committed people and people who feel at ease in their environment, and it needs to have the most talented and skilled people who want to work for it and who want to continue to work for it in an environment free of any kind of abuse or harassment. We must do our utmost to encourage that. That being so, we believe that the investigative functions carried out have to be carried out in a way that is both equitable and transparent, and we also believe that the results of the investigations in 28 be made available to us and be discussed at the next meeting of the EB. Thank you.
Thank you very much, France. May I now invite the United Kingdom? You have the floor, please.
Thank you. And thank you to the representative of the WHO Staff Association for their report, and thank you to all the colleagues you represent for their hard work and commitment during this pandemic. We welcome the many positive aspects you highlight within the report, including the Director General's open door policy and other inclusion policies, which are important initiatives. The report of the Independent Panel for Pandemic Preparedness and Response recognised the unstinting efforts made by WHO staff and how central you are to WHO delivering its core mandate and essential functions. We therefore support your proposal for 360-degree performance management. This is a valuable tool for embedding learning, encouraging open feedback, and for productive working relationships. You highlight some aspects where human resources policies are not applied uniformly across WHO. These include harmonised selection processes, staff development learning fund, and regional ombudsman services. It is important that areas learn from each other and spread that good practice for full benefit, and this should be encouraged. I also want to thank you for raising the important issue of sexual exploitation and abuse. We hear you and share your concerns, and we will continue to work with WHO senior management to help ensure timely and appropriate follow-up. And I want to end by thanking you for your continuing hard work.
Thank you very much, United Kingdom. I shall now move to non-EB member states, and I invite the Netherlands. You have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. And thanks to the President of the Staff Association. Many thanks for your report and your powerful presentation just now. The Netherlands missed the opportunity to speak on this item during PBAC, so we are grateful to be able to take the floor this time to address some of the important issues you raised. We appreciate the positive and constructive approach you have chosen in your report. It is good to read that staff feels heard on so many topics, like flexible working arrangements and the Staff Development and Learning Fund. We hope that this will continue even in this hectic period for WHO on so many levels. We would support the proposal by the Staff Association to reinstate the quarterly teleconferences for this purpose and hope that also on regional level, staff support and representation towards management will be strengthened. Like other countries, we recommend 360 feedback from management and employees alike. We also support the request for a review of the internal justice system and would encourage the Secretariat to include a comparison with relevant organizations of a similar size within and outside the UN system to inform any steps towards a transformation. We hope this can be included in the accountability reporting by the Secretariat. We have one question about a bullet in the report. What is meant exactly by the decisions on administrative review requests in para 10, and how are these, in your view, currently not aligned with relevant WHO policies in the areas of ethics, equality and inclusion, and respectful workplace? A big thanks once more to all WHO, IARC, PAHO and UNAID staff, especially during this year of crisis and the recent events that were presented in the media. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Netherlands. We should now invite Finland to be followed by Australia. Finland, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. Finland wishes to thank the representative of the WHO Staff Association for her report. We wish to reiterate our thanks to the WHO staff around the world who have worked tirelessly under strenuous circumstances for more than a year with the goal of protecting and promoting the health and well-being of all of us. We welcome the strong commitment of the Director General and his senior leadership to engage with the staff on their concerns. We hope that this outreach will cover the entire organization. We further welcome the many areas of progress highlighted in the report, such as those related to parental leave, flexible working arrangements, and professional learning. Increased efforts in safeguarding staff health and well-being, including mental health, will be critical to maintaining and further strengthening the conditions of the workforce. We support the Staff Association's call for increased and urgent focus on accountability measures. We join in supporting the 360 review system. We welcome the adoption of the plan on strengthening the investigation function and the policy on preventing and addressing abusive conduct. Linking these with an enabling culture will require continuous engagement with the staff. We look forward to the swift implementation of the policies and on reports on progress in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Finland. I shall now invite Australia to be followed by Germany. Australia, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Moderator. Australia expresses our sincere gratitude and appreciation to all WHO staff for their tireless efforts and dedication, particularly as COVID-19 pandemic continues into its second year. An organisation's staff is its greatest asset, and it's incumbent on WHO to ensure an enabling and safe working environment for all staff. We're pleased that WHO management are committed to collaborating with staff in HQ, and we echo the Association's call for such active partnerships to be extended to all WHO officers across all three levels of the organisation. We acknowledge the positive progress WHO has made in addressing issues raised by the Association, particularly in relation to staff well-being and mental health, recruitment processes, gender equality and professional development. We encourage WHO to address remaining gaps in staff mobility policies and ombudsman services, and consider further recommendations identified in the statement to continue strengthening measures to protect staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Australia. May I now invite Germany? You have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. Like the many delegations before us, we'd like to thank the Staff Association for its report. Also, obviously, for Germany, we consider WHO staff being the greatest asset of our organization, the commitment, the dedication that staff is delivering every day. We all know that behind us lie 1.5 exceptional years, especially for the health sector, and with that, obviously, also for all WHO staff. And we'd like to thank this staff for their strong work, enabling us to find the right response to this pandemic. We welcome the constructive, positive, and trustful relationship between the Staff Association and the senior management, and explicitly the DG. Like others, we believe this is a great standard that should be seen also in all regions, with reports and the Staff Association reporting to the regional committees. It's important to have that feedback also in the regional perspective. We share the view as expressed by others and welcome the 360-degree feedback degrees. We believe this is key, especially after a long period of COVID with lots of staff working overtime. We wonder whether the mechanism that we know is used in at least one region, the flex leave, whether that will be implemented in other regions or also headquarters, and it would be interesting to hear a response from the Secretariat on that. And finally, when we discuss with staff, one point that gives them the most, or potentially one cause of greatest frustration, is the feeling that often work is being done in silos, and that many departments are not working with one another, so horizontally, but rather by themselves. And we'd like to hear, and I think need to explore more options and mechanisms to overcome the silo thinking. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Germany. Chair, I see no further requests for the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. I now hand over the floor to Ms. Catherine, the representative of the WHO Staff Associations, to respond.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much, Member States, for your very positive feedback and for your support. To respond to Member State who asked the question on Para 10, we, the staff associations, feel that when we introduce trainings that are just online, sometimes is not enough, and this is why we are proposing that we go a step forward and actually do maybe trainings that would go further than just the online training that we just have to do and sign and that's it, but really follow up with staff to make sure that all of us are aware about respectful workplace, for example, resolution of disputes. This is why we are proposing an educational and learning activities in this area. I do not know if I answered your question, or if there is any other, please let me know. Thank you, Chair.
In the absence of any further comments, I take it that the board wishes to note the statement. DG, Dr. Tedros, you have the floor.
No, thank you very much. I just wanted to add a few things based on what was raised by our member states and also our president of the Staff Association. First of all, as the board, the president of the association indicated, we meet, I meet personally with the Staff Association on a monthly basis, and that's helping to address any challenges that comes from them. And they meet also more frequently with ADG boss and the Business Operations Service, and with HR Human Resources. so that frequent dialogue actually helps to address issues, and we will continue to do that. And in addition to that, there is one thing we're introducing, we have already introduced into our system also, but we have to do it at all levels, is open hour for staff. For instance, I have every Thursday 2 hours blocked for staff, for meeting with staff, and this is on individual basis, by the way. They can talk to me one-on-one to discuss about any challenges they have, and if they have also crazy ideas. By the way, many who come during that open hour come with new ideas, new recommendations to improve our work. Less complaints actually, but I entertain both. And many of our ADGs, many of our directors have now introduced that kind of engagement, because a group meeting is important, but there are things that individually the staff would like to discuss in private and individual basis, and we have to give our staff time to listen to them, because as you rightly said, the staff is the most important asset, and all we do, I think, should focus on improving the work environment and helping them with the challenges they are facing, and listening to their ideas or solutions and introduce it to improve the way we do things. So we will continue to improve on that, but just for your information. Then on internal justice, of course, that's one of the focus. One information I would like to give you is, as you have recommended before, which we also believe, and this recommendation from Staff Association, we have already allocated more than $3 million for this year to IOS, to the department, to close the backlogs. So they have now designed a proposal to address the backlogs and focus on the fresh investigations that they need to do. So we will continue to support them, but the support we gave them this year is based on their proposal. We haven't even reduced any penny from what they proposed to have in order to close the backlogs. So as the president of the association said, justice delayed is justice denied, and that's why we decided to give the support that the department needs so that investigations could be speeded up. And as you rightly said, also with all the appeal process that they need. Then on the 360 review, that's part of our transformation, by the way, and we're on the same page with our staff association. And the recommendation from staff association is to start the 360, piloting it at directors level. We're considering that, but if we're going to pilot it, if we do only at director level, we may not see the full picture. We may, of course, we will continue the discussion and finalize as soon as possible, but that's part of the transformation and something that we will introduce, because as Ambassador Francois said, this is something that has been applied in many organizations, and we're learning from others to introduce it, and it's very, very beneficial. So that was decided as part of the design of the transformation, actually, and we're committed to do that. On the silos, of course, as you rightly said, there are challenges, but that's again part of the transformation, and the design is to have vertical working groups that connect headquarters, region, and countries, but at the same time horizontal, seamless and agile teams that can work together by breaking the silos. So we have started it in some of the programs that we do, but we need to continue to push so that it becomes the norm. But one of the challenges we have identified and the diagnosis during the transformation was the silos, and we have already recommended designs to address this, and we're already starting to implement. That's one of the areas where the transformation actually has been focused. So these are the issues. Last but not least, I would like to, the mental health and the well-being, which was already there for some time now. The mental health is as an additional, so we will not replace the well-being. If there is any concern like that, then I think I better address it today. So we will build on what we had, but it will not, the mental health committee will not replace what we had and which was working well. So it's a matter of adding the mental health issues because of the what happened with COVID and how it impacted our staff, and giving it a special attention, otherwise it will not replace. I just would like to assure you that, and thank you so much also for your recommendation that we will all the changes we do should be done at all levels, headquarters, region, country level, so it can have an impact. Last but not least, I want our member states to take seriously is on the publishing of names in media. These are what the media claim that they got a recorded message from our internal meetings. One thing that we're trying to do in our organization is to make it an open organization, so staff can really speak as they wish, as they feel, without any fear of retaliation in front of me or in front of any supervisor. Nurturing that kind of culture is very important. And we're encouraging our staff to tell us what they feel and what they think is failing in order to improve. But if internal meetings are recorded and their names are mentioned and publicized, then that would actually silence our staff. And that's what many of our staff now are telling me, not only to the Staff Association, who told me and other colleagues actually directly, because this is going to, of course, influence how they would discuss internally. So I think noting that will be very important, and how that could also affect the staff. But we're working with the Staff Association to address this issue too. So thank you so much, Chair. This is very important. That's why I took some time to comment on some of the issues. But I would like to thank also our staff and Staff Association for the very cordial relationship that we have, and the regular dialogue that we have to agree on issues we agree, and also continue to dialogue on issues that we disagree. That's really helping the organization. There is always a way to keep the balance. What's good for the organization and what's good for the staff, you can keep a balance. And that's what we're trying to do. So thank you, Chair, and back to you.
Thank you, DG Dr. Tedros, for providing further clarity on that agenda item number 6.1. In the absence of any further comments, I take it that the board wishes to note the statement of the representative of the WHO Staff Associations. I see no objection. It is so decided. And this concludes our discussion of agenda item 6.1. We shall now move to item 7 of the agenda, matters for information, report on meetings of expert committees and study groups. The report by the Director General is contained in document EB 149/10, and I propose that we consider all of the meetings together. In this regard, I would like to invite comments on the following. The 43rd report of the Expert Committee on Drug Dependence, which met virtually from 12 to 16 October 2020. The recommendations, public health significance, and implications for WHO appear in paragraphs 2 through 11 of document EB 149/10. The full report appears in the WHO Technical Report Series number 1034 of 2021. The 55th report of the Experts Committee on Specifications for Pharmaceutical Preparations, which met virtually from 12 to 19th October 2020. The recommendations, public health significance, and implications for WHO appear in paragraphs 13 through 22 of the document EB 149/10. The full report appears in the WHO Technical Report Series number 1033 2021. The 90th report of the Joint FAO WHO Expert Committee on Food Additives virtual meeting, which met from 26th October to 6th November 2020. The recommendations, public health significance, and implications for WHO appear in paragraphs 24 through 34 of the document EB 149/10. The full report appears in the WHO Technical Report Series number 1032 of 2021. The 72nd and 73rd reports of the Expert Committee on Biological Standardization, which met virtually from 19th to 23rd October 2020 and 9th to 10th December 2020. The recommendations, public health significance, and implications for WHO appear in paragraphs 38 through 53 of the document EB 149/10. The full reports appear in the WHO Technical Report Series number 1030 of 2021. The floor is now open for discussion. I would like to request that the Secretariat moderate the discussion on the virtual platform. Secretariat, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I do not see a request from the members of the Executive Board, but I do see a request from a non-executive board member. In the absence of that, Chair, with your permission, I'll proceed to give the floor to the non-EB member.
Please proceed.
US, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Moderator. The United States appreciates the WHO's report on the meetings of the executive committees and study groups. The United States supports and the endorsed proposals of the 72nd and 73rd reports of the Expert Committee on Biological Standardization, especially for the establishment of the first WHO International Standard and first WHO Reference Panel for severe acute respiratory syndrome coronavirus 2, SARS-CoV-2, antibodies, and the first WHO International Standard for SARS-CoV-2 RNA. We also welcome the critical work of the WHO Expert Committee on Drug Dependence, and especially its reviews of the new psychoactive substances. The ECDD plays a vital role in our collective efforts to address the world drug problem and improve public health. Thank you.
Thank you very much, United States of America. I see no further requests for the floor, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. On behalf of the board, I wish to thank the experts who have taken part in these meetings and to request the Secretariat to follow up on their recommendations as appropriate in the implementation of the organization's programs. This concludes our consideration of Agenda Item 7. We shall now consider Item 8, future sessions of the Executive Board and the Health Assembly. A report by the Secretariat is contained in document EB 149/11. It contains 2 draft decisions in paragraph 6 related to the dates of the upcoming Executive Board and Health Assembly. In addition, the document EB 149/11-1 contains a draft decision on the date and place of the special session of the World Health Assembly. I shall give the floor to the Director of Governing Bodies, Dr. Timothy Armstrong, to explain the next steps in the process for the draft provisional agenda of the 150th session of the Executive Board. Dr. Armstrong, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to refer Executive Board members and non-members to Rule 8 of the Rule of Procedure, which will indicate that the Secretariat will circulate a draft provisional agenda for EB 150 within 4 weeks of the closure of the 149th session. Any proposal for an additional item should reach the Secretariat not later than 12 weeks after the circulation of the draft provisional agenda or 10 weeks before commencement of the 150th session, whichever date is earlier. The provisional agenda will be drawn up from a meeting between the Director General and the officers of the Board, the Bureau, on the basis of the draft provisional agenda and any proposals received. With that, Chair, I hand the floor back to you. Thank you.
With regard to the first draft decision, in paragraph 6 of document EB 149/11, does the board agree that its 150th session should be convened on Monday, 24th January 2022 at WHO headquarters in Geneva and should close no later than Saturday, 29th January 2022? Japan, you have the floor.
For various discussion and arrangement, we would be grateful if the Secretariat could consider the following points regarding the future schedule of EB and WHA. First, it is necessary to select or group the agenda items efficiently and wisely due to the rich content and the tight schedule. We believe that important agenda include the revised program budget, sustainable financing, DG election, and the follow-up of the WHA special session held at the end of November. My delegation wishes to have enough time to discuss these key agendas. Second, Japan would like to reiterate that the Secretariat must release necessary documents on time. Third, we would like to ask the Secretariat to provide updated information since we predict an active discussion during the intersession. Alternatively, the regional office can support and facilitate communication among EB members from the same region. Japan feels confident that EB members from UPRO know each other and work together very well. We feel comfortable that we have the Republic of Korea in the Bureau and Singapore in the PBAC, and the board members from Tonga and Malaysia are very seasoned. I would like to ask the Secretariat to take this proposal into consideration so as to make the most of the limited time before the special session of the World Health Assembly and the 150th session of the Executive Board. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Japan. I recognize the United States of America.
Thank you, Chair. We appreciate the opportunity to consider the dates of the upcoming Executive Board, the Program Budget Administration Committee, and the World Health Assembly. We also align with Japan's comments on the need for papers to be published as early as possible so WHO member states can review them prior to meetings. Regarding the dates for the 75th World Health Assembly, we would appreciate the Secretariat providing further information on the proposed timing, with the meeting starting on Sunday, May 22nd and running through Saturday, May 28th. We would appreciate it if the Secretariat would provide member states options to address the agenda that would not require opening the Assembly on the Sunday following the PBAC meeting. Many member states find the 2-day break after PBAC essential to preparations for their delegations, including taking PBAC deliberations into account. We would ask that the Secretariat reconsider starting work on a Sunday. The upcoming PBAC and EB meetings will focus on critical issues for WHO and member states, and in order to ensure full participation and preparation in these discussions, it is important that delegations are provided adequate time to consider the issues and consult with their government ministries and agencies. Doing so will help ensure a strong and successful WHA, especially in the midst of a Director General election. Thank you.
Thank you very much, US. I see no further requests for the floor, Chair.
I would like to invite Dr. Timothy Armstrong to take the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for allowing me to take the floor again. I just wanted to react quickly to the suggestions and comments from Japan and the questions from the USA. Certainly, Japan, thank you very much for those questions and comments, which are well noted. The Secretariat will certainly review these and work with member states and through our regional offices to ensure that we can, as best we can, provide as much updates in real time throughout the intersessional period on the matters that you have mentioned. USA, thank you for your comments. Just in response to the reasoning for the proposal to begin work on Sunday, the 22nd of May, recalling that in fact we have done this previously. I believe it was the 72nd World Health Assembly in 2019, where we began with the high-level segment on the Sunday afternoon in order for the high-level segment to be carried out in isolation, and then the work proper began on the Monday morning. So it was, I believe, we had at that time very positive responses from the membership. Certainly happy to discuss further. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that clarification. With regard to the first draft decision in paragraph 6 of document EB 149/11, does the board agree that its 150th session should be convened on Monday, 24th January 2022 at WHO headquarters in Geneva, and should close no later than Saturday, 29th January 2022. I see no objection. It is so decided. Does the board further agree that the Program, Budget and Administration Committee of the Executive Board should hold its 35th meeting from Wednesday 19th to Friday 21st January 2022 at WHO headquarters? I see no objection. It is so decided. With regard to the second draft decision in paragraph 6 of the document EB 149/11, does the board agree that the 75th World Health Assembly be held at the Palais des Nations in Geneva, opening on Sunday, 22nd May 2022, and closing no later than Saturday, 28th May 2022? I see no objection. It is so decided. Does the board agree that the Program, Budget and Administration Committee of the Executive Board should hold its 34th meeting from Wednesday, 18th May to Friday, 20th May 2022 at WHO headquarters in Geneva? I see no objection. It is so decided. Finally, with regard to the draft decision contained in document EB 149/11 and 1, does the board agree that the special session of the World Health Assembly referred to in decision WHA 74 (16) be held from Monday 29th November 2021 to Wednesday 1st December 2021 at WHO headquarters Geneva in person or virtually if limitations to physical meetings preclude the holding of the special session in person? I see no objection. Does the board also agree that in the event that limitations to physical meetings preclude the holding of the special session referred to in person, the decision to hold a special session virtually be taken by the Executive Board through a written silence procedure or exceptionally by the officers of the board in consultation with the Director General? I see no objection. The decision is therefore adopted. And this concludes our consideration of Agenda Item 8. Distinguished delegates, we've now come to the end of the 149th session of the Executive Board. I would like to give the floor to member states who have requested a right of reply. I would kindly ask delegations delivering a right of reply to be as brief as possible, and I would like to request that the Secretariat moderate the discussion on the virtual platform. Secretariat, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I recognize the Syrian Arab Republic to be followed by Belarus. Syrian Arab Republic, you have the floor, please.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. إن التعليقات غير المسؤولة التي أبدى بها اثنان.
Irresponsible comments were made by two states that are not part of the EB regarding the participation of my country to the EB, and they've raised issues outside of the WHO's mandate. This is a clear example of the politicization of these fora, and they are a clear impediment to constructive dialogue. In that connection, we'd like to draw your attention to the following. The smooth operating of our sessions require giving the floor to countries who are not part of the EB after having completed participation of EB members. We also want to draw your attention to this matter, and that speakers should not use this sort of provocative language when they make statements, especially when it comes to member states, such as was the case with one of these countries. These politicized comments made by the United States, for example, this morning, are a clear example of a systematic policy that flies in the face of the UN Charter and international law and wants to interfere in the internal matters of states and are an effort to destabilize our countries by supporting terrorism as well as aggression and occupation, above and beyond the application and implementation of unilateral measures that aim at destroying the quality of life in our countries. We need to protect human rights and guarantee the arrival of humanitarian assistance without any obstacle. We also need to cooperate in order to overcome these challenges at an international level. All of this is against the behavior of the United States and the expansion of their coercive unilateral measures, especially if you bear in mind this global fight against COVID-19. It limits the means that targeted countries have to carry out this fight, and it's against the humanitarian principles as well as the principles that need to govern humanitarian agencies. It is against the responsibility of the United States that actually creates humanitarian crises by pillaging human and economic resources, by supporting militias and terrorist groups that threaten the stability and the territorial integrity of Syria. Syria rejects the accusations made by the United States regarding the use of chemical weapons. This is part of these fake news campaigns, and they have no justification. The publications produced by inspectors of the OPCW have shown that there are no facts to it. It is only a way to justify their aggression against us. And all of this threatens the credibility of the organization and is simply there to serve American interests. We hope that these behaviors will not spread to other organizations. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Syrian Arab Republic. I shall now invite Belarus to be followed by the US.
Thank you. Sadly, we are obliged to respond to comments made by a state that's not a member of the EB and comments made on issues that are not within the purview of the WHO nor within today's meeting of the EB. We know that the United States is here in the capacity of health experts. It's their health expertise that is required here. And we know that they are involved in many very valuable projects relating to medical care and to health. However, human rights is something else. And for many years now, we, Belarus, have noted that there have indeed been situations where we have been accused of human rights violation by the United States, whereas it is in fact the United States that is not living up to many of its international obligations in terms of human rights. However, here we are at the executive board of the WHO, and we should not be discussing political issues that have nothing to do with the mandate of this organization. We therefore believe that all states should recognize that, and we hope that they will respect that in our future work here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Belarus, I shall now invite the United States.
Good afternoon, Chair. We regret again that the Syrian regime has decided to use a multilateral forum to spread disinformation. The United States wishes to exercise its right of reply. We condemn in the strongest terms the repeated attacks impacting health and other civilian facilities throughout the conflict in Syria. We do believe issues raised by my government are within the purview of the UN. In fact, the evidence compiled by the UN's Board of Inquiry clearly supports what we have known throughout this conflict. The ruthless Assad regime and its allies have destroyed hospitals, schools, and civilian infrastructure. In addition, the sanctions against the Syrian regime generally do not target provision of humanitarian goods, including medicine, medical supplies, and food to Syria. The Syrian sanctions program provides authorizations, exemptions, and general licenses for humanitarian aid and medical supplies to reach the Syrian people, including US-funded humanitarian aid to regime-held areas. The regime is the one obstructing the access to humanitarian and medical assistance to all Syrians in need. Regarding the comments made by my colleague from the government of Belarus, the United States rejects the false statement made by the government of Belarus, as demonstrated by the respective human rights violations condemned by the international community. In particular, the regime continues to deploy mass detentions, police brutality, and other abuses against peaceful protesters, journalists, and other members of the Belarusian civil society. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, United States. I recognize that the Syrian Arab Republic would like to exercise the second right of reply. Syrian Republic, you have the floor, please.
Mr. Chair, I would like to begin by a point of order. I have requested the floor for a point of order repeatedly and I was denied the right to exercise my right of reply in violation of the rules of procedures. I call upon the chairmanship of this session to respect the rule of procedures in this regard. I also call on the chair to respect the rules of procedures in interrupting members who use inappropriate and provocative language in addressing other member states. We have just adopted a decision today which calls or speaks about the use of non-provocative language in statements, and I think the chair should apply that rule and that decision. Now, having said that, I would like to reply to what has been said by the representative of the United States, and I'm not going to call them the representatives of the American regime because I respect this council. Mr. Chair, one more time, this statement has been an example of clear politicization of the work of a technical body. We don't believe that such inflammatory statements do contribute positively to the work of this esteemed body. We believe that issues that are pertinent to human rights allegations are and should be discussed in the Human Rights Council. And bringing such issues to this meeting is unacceptable, unfortunate, and a clear manifestation of politicization of our work. The issue of a humanitarian assistance should also be discussed elsewhere. We don't believe that this is the right place to raise those issues. Finally, we believe that continuing to raise such politicized issues is going to only have negative repercussions on our constructive discussions in addressing issues that are raised on our agenda of this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Syrian Arab Republic, I recognize Belarus. You have the floor.
Colleagues, we are obliged once again to exercise our right to reply with reference to the delegate of the United States of America. When we think about the flagrant violations of human rights in the US, we're thinking about things like racism, violations of the right to peaceful process, the right to peaceful protest. We have seen also that millions of people in the United States are deprived of their right to medical care in many cases. Now, I do not want to repeat here the discussion that should be held within the Human Rights Council. I do hope that in future such discussion will be held only in the Human Rights Council and not here at the Executive Board, and we would hope that a similar approach would be taken by other countries, our partners here within the WHO Executive Board. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Belarus. I see no further requests for the floor, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. In response to Syria, I'm not aware that Syria Arab Republic had requested for the floor and had been denied a chance to speak. The telephone line assigned to Syria Arab Republic has no indication to that effect, and when Syria requested for the floor, it has indeed been duly given to you to articulate your issues. And I'm told the US wants to take the floor again. US, you have the floor.
My government, United States, stands by its statements from earlier today. Thank you.
Thank you, US. Before closing the meeting, I would like to invite the Director General, Dr. Tedros, to say a few words. Dr. Tedros, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Chair. The only thing I would like to say is to thank all board members, and also non-board members who have given their inputs in today's meeting, and look forward to working with the board more closely. And again, Chair, congratulations, and thank you so much, and look forward to working with you closely. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you, Director General Dr. Tedros. Now to my closing remarks. We have now concluded deliberations of all the agenda items proposed for this session of the Executive Board. We have worked through a large and complex agenda today, and I wish to thank the EB members, WHO member states, the Director General, as well as the staff of the Secretariat for your efforts in facilitating the running of a smooth meeting. I also wish to take this opportunity to congratulate the Vice Chairs, Dr. Majuro, Dr. Ganglip, Ms. Moretti, and Dr. Clemens Martin, as well as the Rapporteur, Mr. Malik, following your election earlier today as officers of the board. I will count on your collective wisdom as we seek to guide the efficient management of future EB meetings. In the coming months, I look forward to furthering the important work of the board at this historic time, and I've taken note of the proposal for an EB retreat as soon as is practically possible. I also look forward to the convening of the special session of the Health Assembly later this year, and to the 150th session of the EB in January 2022. As requested by board members, I request the Secretariat to ensure that the documentation for the meetings is posted on the WHO website in good time. With this, it is now my pleasure to declare the 149th session of the WHO Executive Board closed. Thank you.
Okay.
Recording.
आपका भी सबका थैंक यू भाई।